Hi, welcome to my channel. I know I have a few videos in mind I wanted to put up, but I'm interested in explaining Dramatica. That's a storytelling theory that's very complex, very interesting, and I figured that if I explain it, maybe I could launch into using it to illustrate how to watch movies, how to watch film, because, well, I've noticed a number of people are consumers of movies, and film is really fun to watch, but I think you can get a lot more out of it if you understand how it's put together. And it also has, well, this theory anyway, has psychological aspects to it. In fact, that's the unique take that Dramatica takes. Other other books about screenwriting, if you go and look and read them, simply regurgitate common tropes, and they don't tell you very much. But it was in 2012 that I discovered Dramatica, just by accident, actually, because I had I had borrowed a movie with Leonardo DiCaprio. Um, um, I want to say Interception. Darn it, I forget the name again. It's something like Interception, Interruption, Inter. I can't remember the name of it, but it's the one. It's a science fiction story that involves spies going into the subconscious and creating imagery and dreams in order to get a result. I can't remember the name of it. Inception. That's it. So I borrowed the movie Inception, and I was intrigued because some of the themes in Inception were reminiscent of the themes in a screenplay project I'd been working on. And so I looked online. I discovered this theory called Dramatica in someone's blog. Dramatica had come out around 1992 or 93, and this guy named Jim Hull had been writing a blog and using it to illustrate various features of the theory, because it is a complex theory. It's not complicated. You don't. Hopefully, you won't get lost in minutia. It holds together as a substantial theory. So I thought I'd explain as much as I can to you, and it also would help me understand it better. So I'm going to take, in this video, I'm going to take some new, I'm going to employ some new techniques. I know I'm going to be using diagrams rather than show you on a sheet of paper. Yes, these are my notes. You can pause and read that stuff if you want. I'm going to do something like hold up my finger so that when I go back and edit this video, I haven't edited videos in a long time. I'm going to hold up my finger, and that's just a cue to myself to insert a screenshot or something right there. So this is going to be racking my brain. It's going to be having space in the back of my brain while I'm talking about this. So I might as well get it out now. There are two embarrassing red dots here and something up here. These two are from shaving, and I promise I'm typically better than this. It just happens to be when I'm doing these videos recently, I just, nick myself or something or other. And up here, I think that's from cosplay makeup. I don't know what this is, but I think I know. It's glue or something. I think just literally rubbed my skin the wrong way. So that out of the way, let's get on to Dramatica. Okay, as I explain Dramatica and what I've learned, fortunately, over the past couple of decades, since 2012, I guess it's not over a decade. Anyway, I think I understand it well enough that I can just glance over here and mentally I can put the topics in order. So let's start off by explaining what Dramatica is. Dramatica was founded by two students in, I can't remember what school they were in, but they were both film students. They created a film, one of whom was Chris Huntley, and I'll hold off on giving the second name. And they filmed a kind of monster horror movie, and they decided it was okay, but they decided to study how film structure works and how to make better films before they go and make a second one. Makes sense. So I think they worked a little bit on it, and from what I recall, it was Chris who said, why don't we take a break, go through life, gain life experience, and then come back in about 10 years and get a crack at doing this some more, figuring out how to do films better. So that's what they did. In the meantime, the student who wasn't Chris Huntley, underwent a sex change operation, gender reassignment surgery, and she now goes by the name Melanie Ann Phillips. So Chris and Melanie got back together, and Melanie was and still is fascinated by psychology and fascinated by the implications that Dramatica could have. Fascinated by what Dramatica seems to tell us about psychology, and that also intrigues me too. Fortunately, she blogs quite a bit about how Dramatica developed and how it actually works behind the scenes. A lot of this, if you just read it on a superficial level, and if you're used to just reading screenwriting books, the copy paste, do this on page 15, you have to have a turning point on page 30. People who are in that mindset, who go into Dramatica, are in for a surprise, because it doesn't work like that. It's very structural, and it involves more of your mind and launching your true creative urges and instincts, which is one of the huge reasons why I love Dramatica. So they got back together. Melanie had undergone gender reassignment surgery, and she became more informed about what she suspects is a difference between the way men think and the way women think. For example, she was on hormones. This is a huge deal. She was on hormone shifts, and she was recognizing. She was self-aware of these effects on her and the way she thought. And she noticed when she reached for a tube of toothpaste that she wasn't reaching for the shape. I think she was reaching for the color. And that got her thinking about how men typically think in linear minds, and women tend to think in terms of relationships. And I like that because it's not just a superficial, men are from Mars, women are from Venus type of thing, although it does jibe with that idea. It suggests why men think in a certain way and why women tend to think in a different way, and they're two different perspectives. That's the key word. They're two different perspectives on something. And so it's a good launching off point to explain what Dramatica calls a grand argument story. Dramatica sees film and basic storytelling in general as an effort to deal with inequities, a particular inequity. In other words, a film, for example, is revolving around a single inequity. I might call it two things that can't coexist at the same time. Like, for example, if you believe that all life is sacred and there's a lion about to attack you and possibly eat you, the two can't coexist. You how can you kill the lion in self-defense if you believe that all life is precious? So your mind tries to hash it out and tries to deal with it, and the reason it's called a grand argument theory or grand argument story is that it's the author picking one over the other, or at least exploring this inequity from four different perspectives. And the reason why, and then presents an argument in favor of one or the other, or some way of dealing with both, favoring one side. Films and storytelling in general can become more elaborate, and you can fill up 40 scenes out of simply that one inequity by delving in down to that inequity in terms of levels of resolution. Dramatica has a conceptual model. It's like a periodic table. There are four levels. This is where I should put in a chart right here. There are four levels going up. The bottom level is elements. One level up is variations. And then the next level up is types. And the top level is class. And Dramatica always works in terms of four. So at the top level, you have, I'm going to put that up there, the top level, you have the four classes and a location within that quad. It makes a lot of difference. They're not just randomly placed hither and yon. The top level class relates mostly to genre, and the next level down relates mostly to plot, the next level down mostly to theme, and then the bottom you see very noticeably in character, or noticed the most in terms of character. The top level, the class level, you have the upper left, you have universe. These terms have changed. The actual concepts have remained the same, but the terminology has changed, the labeling has changed, because different users prefer different terms, or different, various people have different ways of thinking about the same concept. So universe became relabeled as situation, and so forth, but it's the same concept. You have, I will use the original terminology. One of the diagonals, universe in the upper left and mind in the lower right, are both states. They're not processes, they're states. And universe, and by the way, the top two, if you're seeing it looking directly down, the top two, universe and physics, are external types of conflict, and the bottom two are psychology and mind, that are internal types of conflict. So you have a diagonal, you have universe and mind, which are both fixed states, and you have the other diagonal being two processes, which are physics and psychology. There are two ways of looking at this quad at the very top. You can look at it in terms of an external sense. You have the upper left being mass, lower right being energy, upper right being space, and the lower left being time. Now, there are sort of quasi-equations related to this. It takes a lot of energy in the lower right to produce one bit of mass in the upper left. And so that system plays through and helps to indicate where these elements are in the quad, in each quad. The same way with space. Space is the distance between objects, and time, I forget what time is. But space and time in our lexicon can form into space-time thanks to Einstein's theory of relativity, of special relativity. It was a special, anyway, special relativity or general relativity. It can be thought of, special relativity, because light speed is a constant, and so forth and so on. It's space-time. So in the same way, you have, you can also have these two, space and time, kind of merged together or thought of as being connected. Now, you can also think about, instead of mass, energy, space, and time, you can also think of it internally in terms of the mind, in terms of the upper left, knowledge, the lower right, thought, the upper right, ability, and the lower left, desire. And in that sense, you also have a term that is used in English lexicon, desirability. In other words, again, you see that merging between merging of desire and ability. All right, so I've explained that you have these 4 levels, and you have at the top, you have a good demonstration of this quad, and of course the quad, the principle of this quad works all the way down the entire, all 4 levels. So beneath each unit in these levels, beneath each, you pick a unit, say at the top, you pick one of those units. Below that, in the next level down, there are 4 units. And then each of those down below, there are 4 units. So you get down to quite a huge number of units. I think 256 units all the way at the bottom, and then it just like 64 units, so forth, 16 units, and then at the top 4 units. That comes in important when you're drilling down, as they say. I'll get to that later. All right, so all right. So the next thing I want to talk about is the through lines. This ought to be a bit easier for me, and I'm going to talk about the 4 through lines, and then I'm going to talk about the story engine and the arrangement. If you buy the software, this is what it would look like. All right. So the through lines. There are 4 through lines. There's I, you, they, and us. I'll explain that. I is represented as the main character through line. I should mention that there are 4 through lines, and they're running basically parallel in a grand argument story, or typically any well-told, fully fleshed out story. There are 4 simultaneous arcs. All right, so the main character takes care of the I perspective. That's the audience experiencing the story from a personal point of view. There's some kind of dilemma or conflict that they personally, through the main character, are dealing with. Then there's you, and that's the other character. It's the terminology on this is another example where the terminology can shift, but it's the same concept. Obstacle character, it's also been called the opposing, it's not been called the opposing character. The influence, it's been called the influence character, the obstacle character, and I think there's another type of term for it. But basically, it's you. It's I am looking at this other character as the main character. I'm looking at this other character. I've been going through my personal problem, or personal, I shouldn't say problem, I should say conflict, dilemma. I'll call it dilemma. I've been going through my personal dilemma because it's not just a problem. Problem sounds very vague. Dilemma implies that there are different things, different things that are butting against each other. Going through my personal dilemma, and in a certain way, and I see this other character dealing with a similar problem. It doesn't have to be exactly the same as my problem. In fact, it probably shouldn't be. But it's similar thematically in that in this chart, which I'll get to, this periodic chart that I began talking about, there are similar themes. You can tell that the themes are similar, but you can't tell necessarily. Sometimes you can tell, but you can't necessarily tell that they are related or they're comparable when you're watching a movie. But anyway, you see this other character going through a comparable problem, but dilemma, but he's going about it in a different way. And so whereas you might be perhaps more of a doer and dealing with the conflict externally, he might be dealing with it, he would have to be dealing with it internally because of the way Dramatica works, and I may get to that later. One of the through lines has to occupy one of the units, and so therefore the other character can't deal with it externally, must deal with it internally. And that could be, if one is the main character, the other has to be this obstacle character. They can't, in other words, they both can't be here. There's this obstacle character, and so you may be tempted, or you witness this other character dealing with it in this other way, and the question is, will you change your way of dealing with your personal dilemma and deal with it the way this other character is, or will you remain steadfast and continue on? And the influence character is not really a separate character. In other words, we as the audience don't delve into that other character's mind. They're objectified. They're like a mirror, I don't want to say mirror image. They are this other character that represents a different way of looking at things. So those are two through lines. There's a third through line which deals with the relationships between characters. This is the more subjective. This has been called the subjective through line. This has also been called the subjective relationship through line. And if you watch the analysis sessions of films by Chris and, well, usually moderated by Chris. I wanted to mention Melanie, but she's not seen in these videos. He goes through the different aspects of Dramatica, and with a group of volunteers that are enthusiasts of the theory, and they just watched a movie, and they're trying to figure out what is called the story form. I'll get to that later. But they try and figure out the story form, and where was I going with that? Oh, us. Oh, yes. Usually when they're trying to figure out what the relationship is, Chris has been mentioning it in terms of the relationship between the main character and this impact character. That's the other term for it. He's been called the impact character, the influence character, and the obstacle character. It's the same concept. But it applies to more than just that. You may notice, like, for example, in Back to the Future, there's been, the main character is obviously Marty McFly, and the impact character, as happens sometimes, shifts. But primarily it's his father, George. And so he remains steadfast. This is an example where he remains steadfast, and George, who's the influence character, himself changes. But you don't really see the change. You see the result of the change, but you don't go into his mindset. You don't go into George's mindset and see him struggling. You don't experience him struggling. Your focus is on I, the main character, Marty McFly, struggling through this. So Chris has mainly focused the subjective story through line on the relationship between the main character and the impact character. However, in Back to the Future, for example, you also see a relationship between Doc and Marty, and between the bully Biff and Lorraine, and between, there are other characters involved. So it's really this relationship between these different characters. Now that's more the thematic heart of the relationships of the story amongst these characters, between these characters. Now at the other end comes the fourth through line, which is the objective view. So there's objective story through line, subjective story through line, main character through line, and impact character through line. The objective story through line, to go back to the Future, is purely brain. It's what plot is involving all these characters. Well, it's Marty having gone back in time, and on some level, needing Doc to be able to help him get back to his own, go back to the future, back to his own time properly. And you also have the relationship between Marty and Lorraine and Biff, but it's from the more objective point of view. The subjective point of view, you get more of the theme, you get the passion and like heartstrings, and the objective view of those relationships is more like the objective view. It's literally what is motivating these characters to interact and what roles they play in the overall story that you're watching. Now, as I said before, there are 4 through lines going concurrently through. And so I want to touch on something about how a quad of 4 units interacts, how they relate to each other. As I said before, the Dramatica Theory revolves heavily around the concept of a quad: upper left, upper right, lower left, lower right units, 4 units. And so if you have 2 units, this is a bit of terminology to keep in mind. You may want to take down notes on this. In a quad, if you have a relationship between, let me rephrase that. If you have 2 units and they're talking about the location relationship between one and the other, they're in an arrangement like this where one is on top of the other. I don't mean in the thing. I mean if you're just looking at one quad, if you see them in a relationship like that, it's a companion. And then if you see them in a vertical relationship like this next to each other, they're in a dependent relationship. And then if you see them in a diagonal location with respect to each other, that's dynamic. And then there's something else. There's, again, this 4 pops up all over the place in this theory. If you're looking at the units, all 4 of them, that's called component. And this is the way that you interpret these arrangements. Now, it's fascinating because this gets into a little bit of math. You can have either positive or negative versions of dynamic, component, and companion, and so forth. If you have a vertical one like this that's in a positive relationship, a companion one that's in a positive version, I think it's this one is enhanced by this one. If you have them side by side, if it's in a positive one, that they're both helping each other, from what I recall. They're greater. These two together are producing something better. And if it's in a negative relationship, then they're butting heads against each other. And in a dynamic relationship, the positive version, I forget what the positive version is. The negative version is something akin to like this, where they're just destroying each other. And then there's component, which is in a positive way, they make up a greater whole. And in a negative way, I can't remember exactly what a negative way would be. There is a negative way. There is negative and positive interpretations of each of these relationships. I'm setting it up now in case it comes up in the future, and I remember what the other relationships. I'm positive and negative versions. I'm thinking I can't remember at the moment. At least I'll have explained it now. So let me get on to explaining what you see when you buy the Dramatica software. One of the major screens is called the Story Engine, and it has a quarter of the screen taken up with defining what the dilemmas are that the four through lines are exploring, and then another part are the two dynamic sections or dynamic sets. Now, for the main character dynamic set, there are 4 binary questions, and in the objective story binary set, there are 4 questions. And then in the lower part, one of the other parts, it lists the story goal. The story goal, the story requirements, the story prerequisites, the 4 warnings, and this is in terms of the objective story. Let me see, the goal, which would be obviously the main concern. What's everybody trying to do in the objective story? Not the main character's personal goal in his own life, but what's going on in the overall story. Let me give you an example. In Star Wars, typically, at least in the original trilogy, probably all 3 of the movies, any one of the 3 movies, it's the rebellion trying to stop the. Let me strike that. In the first movie, it would be the rebellion trying to get the plans to the rebel base, and the Empire is trying to stop them. The middle one, this is interesting. The middle one, it's actually 2 story forms merged together. So as you're watching the story, really it flips back and forth between the 2 story forms. Essentially 2 separate stories woven together. And the story goal relates also to the protagonist. I need to explain the definition of the protagonist in terms of Dramatica, because it's different than the way people throw it around haphazardly. They get it confused with the main character. So anyway, I'll talk about that soon. You see, so you have the goal, which is the what the protagonist is trying to accomplish. Then you have the requirements, which would be, or requirement, this is all thematic, so you can come up with as many examples of the requirement as you want. Just in the story engine, it simply tells you what unit in this periodic table would refer thematically to the requirement. Then the prerequisite is what's needed to accomplish the requirement. So the prerequisite is needed for the requirement, and the requirement is needed for the goal. And then you have 4 warnings, which would be examples of the failure to achieve the goal. They're little hints that things aren't things aren't going to go well. And so there are four other ones that escape me at the moment. One of them is dividends. Dividends and costs. Dividends would be nice, beneficial things that just happen that are good for the protagonist, or good for the cause. Good for the cause that you've been rooting for. I shouldn't say rooting for. Good for because sometimes you're not rooting for the protagonist. They're just beneficial side things that are just good. And cost is the opposite. They are negative things that you have to give up, or that you suffer through on the way to the goal, achieving the goal. And then there are two other things that dividends, costs, and I forget what the other ones are. There's one that's like prerequisite. It's something it's like a requirement that's forced on you in terms of the objective story, that doesn't have anything to do with achieving the goal, but it's a side thing. There may be an example of this in the movie with Will Ferrell and I'm sorry, I can't remember his the partner actor. In the movie where they are kids, it's they're adult children, and they have to get work and grow up. Is it called Grown? No, it's not called Grown Ups. You may know which movie I'm talking about. It's very funny. Will Ferrell and wish I could remember this other actor's name, but they're children. They're adult children of two parents that have married each other, and they're trying to coexist. And so one of them, not the Will Ferrell character, but the other character, wants to start up an entertainment company, and so he tells Will Ferrell's character, and I'm going to add something else. I'm gonna have you try out for singing, or I'm trying to remember how he puts it, but I'm going to have you sing. And Will Ferrell demonstrates his singing ability. That doesn't necessarily directly relate to them starting up an entertainment company. That's something he added on. So that's perhaps a good example of this extra thing. It's not a prerequisite. It's not a requirement. It's something else that's tagged on. So there's dividend, there's cost, there's that thing that I mentioned, and there's a fourth thing. I can't remember what that is. So all in all, you have two groups of four, and there is a reason why there are two groups of four. It's because one set of four is what really drives the story, and the other set of four is a passenger. And I'll get into that soon when I'm talking about character roles in objective stories. There are the driver characters and the passenger characters. The driver, for driver, you interpret that to mean it moves the story right along. It's basically required. The development of the story hinges on those driver elements, and the passenger elements add extra meaning and extra exploration. Okay, so back to what you see in the screen. In I think the latest version of it, you have an objective story set of four binary questions. You have the same thing for the main character. You have the other quarter of the screen taken up by the four through lines defining what the conflicts are. In other words, which units are involved in that through line from the periodic table that I described. The four levels: class, type, variation, and element. And then the bottom part of the screen had the driver and passenger elements I talked about before: story goal, requirements, prerequisites, and so forth. All right, so I've mentioned that there are 4 binary main character questions and 4 binary objective story questions. I want to describe exactly what they are. The objective story binary questions are limit, driver, outcome, and judgment. Now, the limit is either option or time. And this is where it gets into how men and women think and about audience reach, which I'll get to in a moment. Option is related to space, and time is obviously related to time. Now, in the theory, Jim Hall, I mentioned before, who ran that blog, who illustrates features about Dramatica, and that's how I discovered Dramatica to begin with. He characterizes the linear thinkers, typically men, as space-based operating systems. That space-based mindset and or space-based it's space-based operating systems, and women who are typically relationship oriented as time-based operating systems. If I have that right. Okay. Men stand on, in some sense, so to speak, men stand on space, and so for them, space is fixed. It can't be changed. So they're viewing time. I say men, I mean linear thinkers are standing on space, and for them, space is fixed. So they view things and interpret and judge in terms of linear time sequences going through. And holistic thinkers, women typically, stand on time, and for them, time is fixed. It's just there. It can't be changed or altered, and so they view space as being rearrangeable, and they view things in terms of how spaces can be changed. And this is where relationships come in. The relationships of various things, things in relation to each other. Whereas linear thinkers would think of this to this to this to this to this. And if you break something in there, then I don't want to say they become lost, but they have a tricky time trying to find their way back to that linear path. So, all right, so in the objective story, limit, option lock is related to space, and time lock is, of course, related to linearity and time. So you can have both in a story. You can have options, and I'll talk about what options are in a moment. You can have options and you can have time, both in a story. But what really defines a story as being either locked or limited by options or limited by time is which one of those two escalates and takes you towards the feeling that the story is reaching a climax. It's very much tied to the success or failure of the objective story. I would say usually, it's an option lock where you have various things that need to be dealt with, and you may have a certain small amount of time, like the clock is ticking away at the climax of the story. But what takes you to the climax could be various things that have to be dealt with. That would be an option lock. And the mind, after a while, picks up and ticks off well, how many different things must they deal with? And once they get down to a few, then there's that sense that the story is reaching the climax. Then they may have one last thing that has to be dealt with. That would define it as an option lock, and that's the, you know, you're in the climax. A very straightforward time locked, time limited story wouldn't necessarily have these options being critical. What's critical is the time elapsing. You have 48 hours in order to find evidence that will clear your client or prove that your client is not guilty. 48 hours, and then over the course of the story, you should have characters making reference to time. We've only got 4 hours left, and then 2 hours, and once you get down to 2 hours, you're approaching the climax, and then the sense of time probably becomes very prominent in the climax. As I said before, in stories, many times they will put in a ticking clock at the very end, but that doesn't make it automatically a time limit story. It could be an option lock story, limited by options, but they just throw that in for suspense at the end. In other words, it's you have only a certain amount of time in which to deal with this final option. So don't get confused on that. And okay, so that's the first thing. There's limit, driver, outcome, and judgment. Driver, objective story driver is either action or decision. Action. Okay, so the drivers come in most prominently in the inciting incident, and then in the transition between Act 1 and Act 2, and then the transition between Act 2 and Act 3, and then in the transition between Act 3 and Act 4, and then finally in the climax. And these are what screenwriters typically call the turning points in the story, or plot points, major plot points in the story. There are 5 of them. And there is a mathematical, like a geometric reason why there are 4 segments in each through line, 4 linear progressions in each through line. It deals with how the chart works. And many times people say 3-act structure or 4-act structure or 2-act structure. That's not the case. Every structure has 4 linear segments in progression. However, 2 of the units, if they're next to each other in the chart in a certain way, and I'll get to that, if they're very similar, your mind just goes right past it and you don't notice that division. I don't want to confuse you yet, but I do want to get to that after I explain these 8 things here. All right, so the driver is the turning point. So the inciting incident generates this new dilemma that has to be worked out in the objective story. This is all objective story stuff. Without this event, the story would not play. You wouldn't have this story occurring right from the get-go. You wouldn't have the story going this way. And then of course, you probably know about the Act 1 climax and mid-act climax and so forth. Those would be the drivers. Now, they can be decision-driven or action-driven. However, if you pick one or the other, you have to stick with that. All 5 of them have to be either action or decision. Not necessarily the same decision, but just have they have to be decisions, or they have to all be actions. And you can have a very active physical story with decisions driving the story. That's something that took a little time for me to recognize, because when I created a story form for one of my Madonna story drafts, it came out as decision, and it felt weird. I want a very physical story with lots of stunt work and so forth, and here it's decision, but you can have that. It just depends on literally a decision being made that then leads to a lot of action, or an action that could then lead to a lot of action. So don't be tripped up by that. And all right, so the next part is the outcome, and that's success or failure. That doesn't have anything to do with the main character's personal through line. That's simply the objective story. Is the goal achieved? When I say goal, it's tricky because Jim Hull, in his subtext adjunct to Dramatica, defined it better. Let me mention this now. When they were developing the software, they were limited by technology, so they had to be careful with their terminology, and they didn't want to make it more complicated than it already was. So they figured that a linear mindset, a terminology that applies to a linear mindset, would be more universal than trying to do it in a holistic mindset, which could be confusing. But of course, we have the internet now. This is way after 1992 or 93. This is way after that, and we now have more sophisticated computers with more sophisticated computing power. So he created an adjunct that applied holistic terminology when it would be more useful. In other words, there's something I haven't gotten to called mental sex. That comes up in the main character group of binary questions I'll get to in a moment. But the story itself can be constructed with a mental sex of male or female, or in other words, linear or holistic. In terms of a linear mindset, the audience is watching the story, and in this sense, it is a relationship, a companionship between the objective story and the main character, in that the audience is watching, and it can be constructed in terms of a linear mindset or a holistic mindset. And that's what I'm going to get to in terms of audience reach. If you're constructing a story in a linear mindset, remember the audience represents I, and the I point of view, the I perspective. And so more linear thinkers, or i.e. men, will be able to follow it if it's in a linear mindset. And if it's in a holistic mindset, the women will appreciate it and bond with it more easily. The men, that doesn't mean that the members of the opposite sex won't be able to follow along, but they won't get as much enjoyment out of it. They won't bond with it as deeply. So where was I? Okay, so back to the objective story outcome. That's purely, I know why I went down this path. Because the term goal, somebody pointed out, is very much tied to a linear way of thinking of things, whereas a holistic way of thinking of things would be more in terms of fulfillment and so forth, where there's not necessarily a direct objective goal to achieve. There's different terminology, like men, sort of, in some, for the large part, men would think in terms of satisfaction and goal and achieving and so forth, whereas women, basically, or the holistic mindset, would think in terms of fulfillment and how relationship, in terms of balance. They would think how balanced things are, and vibrations and so forth. And overall, how do things look, as opposed to linear mindset, which would be direct, right on target. Is the goal achieved? What do we need to fulfill the goal? And in, for example, in Wonder Woman, I was wondering whether they would have her as a holistic thinker or as a linear thinker, and they had her as a linear thinker. She goes direct. She wants to go right to the source of the problem and tackle it and conquer it. Very much linear thinking. And so in terms of audience reach, as I said a little bit ago, if you want to include both men and women in the audience enjoying the movie, more likely enjoying the movie, you would have the main character be linear. The holistic mind can follow it along, won't empathize. That's the difference between empathy and sympathy. They can sympathize with the main character, but they won't be able to empathize with the main character, whereas the men would empathize directly with the main character. What you would do would be to have a linear thinking main character, could be male or female, and then you have the objective story be having a limit of an option lock. Okay, so remember I talked before about the limit. You have an option lock or a time lock. Well, if you really want to, I have so much joy talking about how to piss off the opposite sex. If you want if you want to get women just like looking at their watches and walking out of the room, you'd have a linear thinker main character. You have a linear mindset main character in a time lock situation. That means that the women are watching this guy just go point to point to point to point in a story, requiring you to focus on time ticking away through the whole story. And if you want to really tick off the men, you have a holistic main character who is going on different aspects of the, different parts of the story and going back and forth, exploring them over in different ways, and the harmonies between them and disharmonies between them over and over and over. The men would be thinking, well, just solve it and get on with it. Get on with the story. And you have that in an option lock story. So a good mixture would be a linear main character with an option lock that gets the women. The option lock would get the women interested in all these different things that have to be dealt with, and the male members in the audience would identify and empathize with the main character in his linear progression style. Okay, I hope I described that well. I don't know of examples where you have an option lock, you have like a holistic main character in a time lock story. That would be interesting. I don't know if there are any stories like that. So going back to the outcome, these four binary questions in the objective story, you have limit, you have driver, and I just discussed whether it's a success or failure in terms of the objective story. Now we get to the other half, which would be the main character judgment. Generally, not the objective story, whether it's achieved or not, but is the main character content at the end of the story, meaning has his or her personal dilemma or conflict been seemingly resolved or put to rest? I don't want to say resolved, I'll say put to rest. Is he feeling happier? Like, is he smiling? Is he content? I don't even want to say happier, just is he content? In the movie First Blood, the first Rambo movie, I would call it, this is a unique example for several reasons. I would say that the protagonist is the sheriff who is pursuing John Rambo. I would say that John Rambo is clearly the main character. That's an example where you don't necessarily have to have the main character also be the protagonist. They fulfill two separate roles. They're in two totally different through lines. The main character is simply the main character through line, and the protagonist is a function of the objective story. I'll get to that soon. So in First Blood, at the end, the sheriff comes and arrests John Rambo. So I would say that the objective is achieved because the sheriff has been the protagonist pursuing the key word, the key function for the protagonist, the defining role of the protagonist is to pursue the goal. And at the end, he captures and arrests John Rambo. And you see him being escorted out. So that's a success. However, the main character, John Rambo, has just blurted out more words than he's spoken in the entire film. And he goes on and on about how these nightmares and no one will help him. And he's crouching and he's crying. He's just letting his heart out. And nothing is said about the nightmares. Presumably they will still continue. And so he's not content. He's in a bad place. So the two binary options for main character judgment are good and bad. So I would call First Blood a success, bad story. Now, there's a little bit of extra terminology added in that Jim Hall added in to define a success, bad story, success, good story, a failure, good story, failure, bad story. I don't think those are necessarily all that important to keep track of in terms of terminology, but I wanted to say that I think, if I remember correctly, a triumph is a success, good story, and a success, bad story, I forget what he calls it, a tragedy is a failure, bad story. That means the goal hasn't been achieved and people are just sad. Primarily the main character is just still full of his dilemma he's trying to deal with, or she. Now, okay, next we're going to cover the main character binary questions. They are growth, approach, resolve, and mental sex. Now, I've talked about mental sex a bit here. Let's start with growth. Growth can either be stop or start. Now, this is in terms of defining what your main character will be like in this story engine. Stop or start. Now, this is where that terminology about companion and component and dynamic and dependent relate. Remember, I was talking about the quad and the relationship of one to the other. This is a dependent relationship. This is a companion relationship. And this is a dynamic relationship. And you have all four like as dots, like in separate units. That's a component relationship. So, so a stop relationship in terms of the main character. Stop simply means that it's a dependent relationship. In other words, they're next to each other like this. And a start relationship is that they're one is on top of the other. Now, I say they, I mean the relationship between the objective story and the main character, because this is the part where it's simply comparing the main character against the objective story. Which one is more twisted up? I haven't gotten into explaining this, but underlying this, Dramatica, there's a lot more math that I'm not explaining that helps to construct these conceptual models, or this big conceptual model. It's in some sense it's like a thread that's been twisted up in a certain mathematical way, and it's going through all four levels of this periodic table, and it basically it twists up, and then it goes to the next unit, twists up, next unit twists up, and so forth. So you're comparing the main character through line against the objective story through line. When the story begins, one is going to be doubly twisted and the other won't be twisted. What the Dramatica software is doing behind the scenes is taking these selections that you've made out of the two sets of dynamic questions. Remember what I said before about limit, drive, versus outcome, and judgment. These four main character ones that I'll mention. You set those. You decide you select one of the two options in each binary case, and then you also, for the four through lines, you select where you want the dilemma to be located within this periodic table. So then that tells the software where am I going to twist the thread, and by twisting I mean that's it's causing it warpage in the mind, like that's the focus of problems. And it's also telling, but these dynamic questions, start, stop, and the limit, and whatever, are telling the software in which direction it should deal with those twistings or those windings. So one of them is wound around doubly so, and the other is simply wound around in a simple, I don't want to say simple way, but wound around, and the other is wound around and wound around. So you can perhaps guess that the one that's wound around doubly so is the one that's more screwed up and out of whack. See, the periodic table, as you would see it, is like nirvana. There is no conflict. But once you get the conflict, it twists the periodic table in certain ways, so that you can't just look at the table and see. You can look at it when you're trying to define what the problem, the dilemma is in a particular through line, but it's wound around to the point where you have to do these extra calculations in order to figure out the progression, the thematic progression through the story, because it's not so linear, it's not so direct. So maybe I'll devote a video or tack that onto the end of this video explaining how that works. But suffice it to say, one is you're comparing your own self as the main character against the objective story, and you're trying to figure out which one, or you're setting here in the software, which one in your story will be more screwed up than the other. And that has a lot to do with steadfast or changed. I'll get to that, but you should be able to see the connection in terms of which one is wound up more than the other one. All right, so let me go back to growth, stop or start. Stop means that it's holding out for something to, the dilemma, it's holding out for something to stop. And I say it, being vague purposely, because I need another one of the questions to define who it is. Is it the objective story, or is it the main character? But on one of those two things, one of those two perspectives, something has to stop for success to happen, or for like contentment or resolution to occur. And so as I said before, this would mean this kind of a relationship between main character and objective story would be a stop, and this would be a start. I think of it in terms of one having to rise up to the challenge, like rise up for something is beginning, it rises up to meet with the other one, or it could go down to meet with the other one. That's a start relationship. And this stop, one is butting heads, something's got to give, something has to stop. And that's how I think of it. The next thing is approach. Let me skip approach. Let me do resolve. So that can be steadfast or changed. This is main character. So the main character, so both characters, the main character and the impact character, both begin convinced that they're not necessarily fully convinced, but they've been going along a certain path, a certain way of handling conflict, their own personal conflict or conflict in general. And they've been convinced up until that point that that's the proper way of doing things. So they just continue doing it that way. Then Steadfast simply means that through the entire story, even into the climax, they maintain that same way of handling things. And changed means that over time, uh, from impact from the other character, they begin to change and adopt the other character's way of handling things. Now, this is flavored slightly differently depending on if it's the main character or impact character, and which one is changed and which one is steadfast. The main character in a steadfast um, situation over time will feel some temptation to shift and do things the way the impact character is doing things. Um, and the impact, and in a, but then ultimately doesn't do it and remains steadfast in how he's been handling it all along. And the impact character can do the same. The impact character is an objective, is objectified. You don't sink into the objective story. I mean, you don't sink into the impact character's mindset. You're looking at the character. That's you. You're looking at the impact character. You are the main character as an audience. So the impact character will be seen to either start shifting in his or her way of dealing with a problem, and that would be changed if the impact character seems to begin changing. You would be the steadfast character, and if you start changing and adopting the impact character's ways of dealing with things, then you'd be a changed character. If in the climax you ultimately decide to adopt the impact character's perspective on, more philosophical perspective on how to deal with things, then you're the changed character, and the impact character has to remain the same, because ultimately, remember, this is the author arguing for a certain way of handling things, is making a statement. That's why it's called a grand argument story. The author is telling the audience, hypothetically, for example, you can't be a nerd, you can't back away, you can't be a shy person if you're in the midst of a jungle. For example, the animals could be an impact character, or you could be traveling with an impact character who's more gung-ho. And if you survive, for example, at the end, you slay a lion or something, over time, you as the main character are adapting to the situation by adopting the impact character's more gung-ho attitude. It's really the author, and it turns out to be a successful story in the end, and that the main character is content. That's the author telling the audience that you really should not be so mild and meek. You need to rise to the occasion. That's a good example also of rising. It's a start type of relationship. The main character must, in order to be content, main character may not realize it, but ultimately he must, or she must, start rising to the occasion of becoming more gung-ho. You notice that start moving towards the objective story, must rise to the occasion. And in a different example, in terms of start and stop, if the main character has an addiction like smoking or something, or is violent in nature, and there's like a husband-wife relationship, the husband, if the husband's the main character, the husband has to stop being so violent in the storyline, and so that's a good example of a stop story. Stop main character has to stop doing something, and in order to survive in the jungle, you have to become more aggressive. You have to become more alert and more outgoing, and that you have to start doing that as the main character in order to be content in the finale. Okay, so that explains resolve, steadfast. Okay, so that I talked about the main character in the objective story. It's a little bit different, steadfast versus changed. Steadfast, the main character can be either steadfast or changed. And steadfast means that something has to change in the objective story. I'm sorry if maybe I threw you off by saying impact character. The objective story has to change. He's holding out, being steadfast, continuing along on his path, holding out for the objective story to begin shifting and moving towards the goal that he wants. In other words, he's not doing the changing. The objective story is hopefully will begin doing the changing. He's just waiting and continuing with what he's doing and holding out, waiting for the objective story to hopefully soon change to meet him and so I think you get the idea behind that. So that's why these two are really a contrast. It's the main character contrasted against the objective story. Which one is more wound up? And if it's a success story and it's the objective story that's more wound up than the main character, then the objective story has quite a bit to unwind and will unwind. All right, so let me go on to something else. Okay, so I want to cover the final two ones in the main character dynamic questions. That's approach and mental sex. I've already covered mental sex quite a bit. The mental sex two options have changed in terms of terminology. From what I've heard at the beginning, I don't know if I think they used male and female as the two options, or man and woman, something like that, for the two option terms originally. And then it became confusing where I'm smirking because I burped, and I was thinking it'd be funny if somebody commented on that. People became confused. Well, do I have to have a man being this character? Can I have a woman? And then it possibly could have gone, I don't know if it did, but it could have gone into theories about, men and women think alike, and how come you're saying there's men are different from women, whatever. So they changed it into something, I think, in between, and then they changed it to linear versus holistic, and that's similar to what the actual concept is. Again, the terminology changed because people just have weird opinions and they don't know how to interpret things. I'm sure I'm in agreement with Jim Hall that the terminology can become confusing. What really matters is the actual concepts themselves. So I've already talked about mental sex in terms of linear and holistic. Linear is the main character goes through a sequence of points. A linear main character tends to have a cause and effect mentality. This causes this to happen, and if this happens, then this other thing should be happening. And a holistic mindset will be in terms of spatial relationships. If I shift this, how will these other things be affected? And if I want the majority of these things to be where I want them, what thing can I shift in order to affect all of this? At the risk of possibly sounding sexist or whatever, I'll give some examples. When a woman wants to when a woman wants to attract a man, she may appear more, physically more attractive, or may imply something or other. The man will, because she's thinking that of all these different things that she wants, and she knows that he's a linear thinker, and it's more like cause and effect. He is just seeking out that one thing, and she's offering that one thing, so he will go after it. Whereas a woman would have these different things around and be taking into account how these few impact on these and the whole picture. Um, so I was thinking of another thing in terms of grains of sand and something, but I forget exactly what it was. Um, there was another example actually between Chris and Melanie that was pointed out in one of the blogs by it may have been Melanie. I think it was Melanie that pointed it out. She keeps her own blog. She writes about it. There was a time when they were sitting down going for food. There was something about food. It was a restaurant kind of setting, and I think she was wondering about what to order. At the risk of just dwelling into hypothetical examples, I get the gist of what was going on. It's as if she was trying to figure out what to order, and Chris was saying, well, if you like that, then order that. Notice that's the linear mentality. Well, you like it, so therefore order it. But then she was thinking, well, if I order this, then this other thing, I use the word if, but it's different from the other kind of if. Well, if I order this, then what about this other thing? And I also can't forget about this third thing, and so forth. And from Chris's male point of view, it seemed like she was taking her time trying to figure out what to order. And from her point of view, she was taking into account all these different aspects within, like it's like a diagram of interconnected things, interrelated things. So I'm sure I covered mental sex pretty well. It's either do you think like a man or do you think like a woman? It doesn't have to do with the actor's physical biology. A good example of that actually is in X-Files. They switched it. They had Mulder being a holistic character and Scully being a linear thinker, and you can see that very noticeably. In fact, when I was watching the first episode, I could follow Scully. I can usually follow, well, I don't want to say that. Sometimes I can follow both of them. But in the first episode anyway, I was following along the story, and Scully's comments made sense to me. And then at some point, Mulder said, "Oh, I think I know what was going on. It's a kind of a mystery." And he says, "I think I know what's going on. It was so and so." What? How? Where the heck did that come from? And that's common. A linear thinker could be mystified by how a holistic thinker reasons and comes up with something. That goes back to what I was talking about before about audience reach, where where holistic thinker, the way the theory has been described, a holistic thinker, I think it's geometric too, like it's 180 as opposed to 90 degrees shift, something like that. A holistic thinker can follow along adequately with a linear thinker, but a linear thinker really has to take a lot of effort in order to understand a holistic thinker, and therefore you get the common saying like, men can't understand women. So anyway, that describes that. Now let me go on. So those are the two sets of binary questions. Now I need to talk about the periodic table, the real meat. It's all kind of meat, but the true meat of the story engine. I should first mention what a story engine is. A story form is. The story engine is the part of the software application that you work with in order to create a story form. A story form is defined as having all four through lines delineated, like in other words, some kind of conflict that all four through lines are engaged in working through, and it has the main character, four questions, the four binary attributes figured out or defined, and the four objective story traits identified. And you have one story form. It's arguing, like as a grand argument story, it's arguing a certain way of dealing with things. Now, you can have two story forms interwoven together. Oh, I should point out that a lot of times, like growing up, I noticed that in movies, you could have like a gung-ho muscular hero in a terrorist situation, and there's a romance that develops with somebody, and I'm thinking, that's it, nice, that's interesting. Why does this leading lady have to, why does this dolled up attractive woman have to be in this terrorist situation with this gung-ho muscular hero? Or, well, I just noticed a lot of times, like, they stick in a leading lady and a romance in this whole overall plot about war and doom and bombs going off and so forth. Well, it's not just that. Well, part of it is probably because they, let's face it, in movies, in storytelling in general, you've got to have this, and you've got to have bombs going off. You've got to have theater in turn, the bombs going off. I want to see stuff exploding, action. I want to have dazzling, entertaining lights in front of I want to see flashy things in front of my face. That's part of it. And then there's the sex appeal, which would be this, for the most part. I mean, it's an easy way of putting it. Or it could be, a woman could have a female audience. You could have, good, attractive-looking man or something. It's basically sex and violence. To put it one way. To put it another way, I like to think of it as flashy stuff in front of your face, a good storyline, captivating storyline that argues for a good point of view, that's philosophical, and you've got to have some kind of attraction, some kind of sexual attraction. That makes a good story, right there. That makes a good story, and Quentin Tarantino would probably agree with me right now, I'm sure. But and that doesn't necessarily mean that you're stooping to the lowest common denominator. I'm just saying that I think basically just about all stories appeal on those levels. There's a book I have. It's actually my first real story writing book, book on how to screenwrite. It's by Donna Cooper, and it's something about a roller coaster. She identified everything. She was teaching you how to tell, how to write a script. And I got this sometime at the beginning year or something of college. It was outside. I was in the bookstore, the college bookstore, and I noticed, hey, that's an interesting book. She uses the metaphor, or the analogy of building a roller coaster, and she talks about the specific elements that you would need. You'd need suspense. You'd need to construct the design of how high you want the roller coaster, and how many ups and downs you want in the roller coaster. You need to design plot points that will be of a certain height or a certain amount of drama in order to construct the roller coaster. How high it should be. You should design the colors and the sounds. And she also mentioned something that the reason I brought this up, that ideally, like, each scene or every so often, you should have these 4 things that appeal to the audience. They're information, entertainment. I'm sort of confusing that probably with Dramatica. And I should actually cover that too. I'm going to cover that too right now. The audience should learn about what it's like to be in this world. You should have suspense, and that goes along with drama. And I forget what the other things are, but I remember, learn what it's like, for example, in Top Gun, that's informative. There are elements that actually teach you what's involved in being a jet fighter pilot, and what it's like to go through a jet fighter school. And then there's the suspense, certainly the drama in Top Gun. And I think there's something emotional in that. Bonding. There's bonding. You have to bond with the main character, although you don't necessarily have to like the main character. You have to bond with the main character because the main character represents the I perspective in the story. You're seeing the story. You're experiencing the story through the main character's point of view. You don't have to necessarily like the main character, but you have to bond and understand and empathize with the main character. Now, I want to talk about how Dramatica deals with genre, entertainment, information, comedy, and so forth. Now, remember I said before that the top level, there are 4 levels. There's class, type, variation, and element. The top level, that's universe, physics, psychology, and mind. The terminology has changed to universe being situation because they're stuck in a situation, which is kind of vague because situation is just a very vague term. Physics has been changed to activities, which is vague, and psychology has been changed to manipulation, which only applies in certain circumstances, certain kinds of stories. That's not, it doesn't cover the wider expanse of psychology. And mind has been changed to fixed attitude, which comes close, but I'll explain again, or I will reiterate what they actually are and why I prefer the original terms. You have 4. You have universe in the upper left. I don't know if the camera will reverse my image, but universe in the upper left and physics in the upper right. Those top ones are applying to external conflict. And then below you have mind and psychology. Psychology in the lower left and mind in the lower right. So these 2 are fixed states, universe and mind. And all 4 of these are defining the type of conflict. You know, this is a nice, I'll kiss the Dramatica Theory. This is a very nice, elegant way of explaining something that in other screenwriting books, they just simply say are different levels of conflict. You can have conflict, man against himself. You may have read this before, man against himself, man against nature, man against other people, and so forth. It's a very vague way of putting it. This is an elegant model. It's an elegant diagram. Universe and mind, they're both states. The conflict is defined as you're stuck in something. You're either stuck mentally within, in a certain mindset, and that could be good. Actually, I shouldn't say that could be good. That's a certain level of conflict that somebody's dealing with. That is being dealt with. Or you're stuck in a physicality. That's not physics. That's stuck in a physicality. In my Madonna movie project, I had Madonna. It's a romantic comedy. So I had Joe. I had the leading 2 characters, Joe and Madonna, and of course I can, in some draft, I can change her to a fictional character if I want. But I had in mind Madonna, really. I had, sometimes I would switch the 2, like which one defines which. Madonna, the way I was portraying her in the story, had a certain fixed attitude that had to change. And so I think that's why I put her in mind for a while. And then I realized, well, if Joe is the main character, he's objectively looking at this other person. Because remember, we're dealing with different through lines. One through line is the main character. I initially had Madonna being the main character because I was inspired by the 1938 movie Bringing Up Baby, which is a screwball comedy, and that's what I was going for with the screenplay. So it was a gender switch. In Bringing Up Baby, the man is the one in a fixed attitude and has to change. And Susan, that was David, and Susan was the impact character who was in universe. This was before I discovered Dramatica, but I had some sense, bringing up Baby is very strong in terms of emphasizing David's hang-ups. He's very stiff and stern, and he has to be loosened up by Susan. So I started this off with Madonna being, not that she's stiff or whatever, but she's in a certain way, by being having to live a celebrity life, she's stuck in a mentality. And then when I discovered Dramatica, I think I still had her in. I would go back and forth trying to figure out the best story form. Remember I said before, where what defines a story form? It's where you have all 4 through lines located, identify where they fit in this this top quad. I had Madonna being in the mind, and automatically that has to place Joe in universe, because there are 2 dynamic relationships you have to have. The objective story through line has to be in a dynamic relationship with the subjective through line. So the objective and the subjective have to be in a dynamic relationship. That means they're diagonally located in this top level, this class level at the top. And universe and, so subjective and objective have to be dynamic to each other, and main character and impact character have to be dynamic to each other because they're butting heads. They don't have to be, I guess they should be arguing, or there should be some conflict, but from the overall viewing perspective, or the storytelling perspective, they have to be like pushing against each other. There should be some conflict. So if I put Madonna in the mind unit of the as a through line, her as the main character in the mind part, then that automatically puts Joe in the universe. And Joe's personal conflict doesn't really seem to be, he's like a lower class socially. I mean, society-wise, here he's a nobody, and he meets Madonna, and that doesn't define him as well. I figured the audience would identify more with Joe, so Joe is looking at Madonna, and Madonna is identified from his point of view. Remember, this is the main character looking at this objectified other character. Joe is experiencing an impact from Madonna's celebrityhood. So, and also the celebrityhood is causing trouble for Madonna. So I figured it would make better sense that Joe would be the main character. Joe has this mindset about what he thinks of her, and interpreting what she's like based on what he's seen, what he's been exposed to in the media. And Madonna is more so defined not by her mindset, but to him she's defined as a celebrity, and that's causing problems. And I just stated what I already said just a moment ago. So I put her in universe. She's stuck in a physical state of being a celebrity, and he therefore is stuck in a state of mind in certain ways, how he interprets her and how he interprets himself and how he interprets other people. So then that puts the objective story and subjective story in a flippable situation. It's the 2 missing ones that have to be identified, have to be defined are physics and psychology. Physics is it's not a state, but it's a process. It's how the universe becomes rearranged through physics, just like the mind becomes rearranged by the process of psychology internally. So I hope you can see the relationship. The mind can become rearranged through a process in psychology, and the universe can become rearranged through a process in physics. That's why you have those arranged the way they are. So that defines how the top class level works. Now, let me mention comedy, information, drama, and entertainment. A while back, Melanie, in one of her blogs, described how, and also in her videos, YouTube videos, defined how Dramatica deals with genre. And genre can also, well, Jim Hall has also described genre in a different way in terms of Dramatica. But let me explain what Melanie was talking about. You have the four units at the top level in class: universe, physics, mind, and psychology. Now, you can portray them with different flavors. You can portray them in different ways. Comedy is, of course, funny and humorous, and information, you're informing the audience. And drama, it's self-explanatory. It's serious drama, and entertainment is entertaining the audience with something flashy and fun and nice, and it's not necessarily comedy, but it's fun to look at. So you can have the so you've linked, or you've matched up the four through lines with the four units. You could tell the story. You would have to consistently through the story. In my example, for instance, I ultimately had Madonna's personal through line as an impact character in universe. So therefore, in this tower, she would be, her character, objectified character, would be in universe at the top level, and then as it works down the four levels, you're defining the resolution of her conflict or dilemma. In other words, through the course of the story, it's not sequentially going down, but there's the full makeup of conflict of what she's going through, and you can describe it in terms of different levels, all kind of combined. You'll learn about, I'll explain this further, but think of it as it's all, all four levels underneath that universe unit kind of combine and help define her conflict better. And the same way with Joe as the main character in Mind. There's what Chris calls the drill down. All four levels help define his conflict better as the main character, and so forth with the other two. Same with the other two. My main point being that you don't jump around in the periodic table. Once you define where a particular through line is, you drill down and use those lower levels directly underneath that unit, the top, to better define what the conflict is. So let's go back to the top class level. So you can have a fixed mind through line, like, okay, so Joe is in Mind as his conflict, and I can tell that through comedy, like his fixed and ways in which his fixed attitude cause funny things to happen, and it's comedy built around his biased fixed attitudes, and you can also tell it in information about why he has those fixed attitudes. You can tell it dramatically, and you can use entertaining ways of explaining that mindset. And you can tell, in terms of psychology, one of the other through lines could occupy psychology, and you could tell that comedically. informationally, dramatically, and entertainingly, and you can switch around. Although Melanie said that you should sequence if you're going from comedy to drama to information, whatever. There's a certain sequence that makes it flow more naturally in the mind, so it doesn't seem so abrupt. So I think I've explained that to a good degree. Maybe I should talk about the 4 levels, how they work. Hold on a moment. Now, what I've been talking about in terms of this 4-level periodic table structure comes in terms of story in 2 ways. Structurally, and I've been focusing on structure, and dynamically. By dynamically, I mean the linear progression of the story, its sequences, and this, the scenes and the act structure and so forth. That's what I would call dynamic or progressive. And the other aspect is more structural, where you're using it to define characters, to define the overall plot, and it's more like if you look at the story overall, and there are structural elements that you can talk about, like theme and genre and characters and so forth. That's structural. But if you're describing how the story progresses, you talk about it dynamically, and they both pull from this periodic table. Now, I've talked a lot about structure. I wanted to talk about dynamics. It's confusing because much of Dramatica, in fact, as far as I know, Dramatica still uses terminology like sequences and scenes and events and acts in terms of this periodic table. Let me jump back a little bit so you're not confused. I specifically use the terminology class level, type level, variation level, and element level. Notice I'm not using act level, scene level, theme level, sequence level, whatever. I'm using those terms, class, type, variation, and element, because you're drawing out from there 2 different aspects of the story. You're pulling out it's a useful tool. It's like a diagram to identify and figure out. It's a periodic table for the progressive or dynamic side of the story, and also the structural side of the story. So it's confusing if you use structural terms to talk about the progress, the dynamic units, the progressive units of the story, and so it can become confusing. So they have simply those defined terms to define what level it is. And that's why I said the class level mostly illustrates the genre, and then the type mostly relates to the plot, and then the theme below that, and the characters beneath that. But that's more structural, and you also are drawing from their information to help construct the progress of the story. So here, I've talked a lot about structure. Here, this is the sequential aspect of it. Now, it's up to the author how he wants to, or she wants to interweave these different elements. But at the top, notice there are only 4 related mostly to genre. There's universe, mind, physics, and psychology, and those have been identified by you, the author. They've each been matched up with a particular through line: the main character, impact character, subject of through line, and object of story through line. Then we go 1 level below that. You've already defined which quarter of the total tower you're drilling down, defining the conflict within. Now you have to define what the concern is. This is getting towards the actual conflict itself. So, for example, in my story, I put Joe in mind, and so he's way up there in mind. Madonna is in universe, because they literally have to be in a dynamic relationship pair. And then physics and psychology are the other two. So subjective story and objective story. So you have to. So okay. So you know the kind of conflict that Joe will be going through in this fixed mind state. So you go down one level below that, you see 4 units. You see memory, subconscious, impulsive responses, or otherwise known as preconscious, and you have conscious. And those will be the 4 acts that Joe will experience through the course of the movie. And there's no particular order in terms of exploring these 4. However, through certain calculations and algorithms, the Dramatica software, and if you know Dramatica Theory well enough, you can sort of figure this out yourself. But it determines in what order those 4 occur in your story. Every story's through line, if told well, each through line will be broken up into 4 segments, and that's why, if you notice, under each of the top 4 units, there are 4 units of type level. There are 4 type level units below that. So while the main character in my story is under mind, experiencing memory, preconscious, conscious, and subconscious, Madonna under universe will be exploring not necessarily this particular order, my past, present, future, and progress. And simultaneously, one of the objective story in my story, the objective story, will be under physics, because the nature of the conflict in the objective story is physical activity. Below that, it'll be experiencing doing, and then or something. It'll transition. It'll explore each of these units as a sort of act all by itself. A quarter of the film will be devoted to doing, and also obtaining and learning and understanding. And remember, those are really being dealt with in terms of conflict. So it's not just that they will be just understanding something. There has to be a conflict or a dilemma in maybe misunderstanding, and that's causing problems. And then the relationships amongst the characters, therefore being directly opposite, it's dynamically diagonal to the physics, which would be psychology. So that would make a humorous, comedy. There would be conflicts erupting in terms of psychology, and below that there are 4 units in no particular order. There's being, like you're taking on a role, you're acting like something, you're taking on the role of being the giver, taking on. It's not necessarily that you're in a play, stage play. It's that you're acting a certain role, taking on a certain role, and then there's becoming, where there's an actual transformation. You've become a new person, not necessarily a physical transformation. That's more the physics, but psychologically, there's a transformation in mindset, and then there's also conceiving an idea. It's one idea. Aha! I had a glimmer. I just had a thought of something. Conceiving, and dynamically from that is conceptualization. There's a difference. Conceptualization is lots of ideas in a whole framework. So like Dramatica Theory itself is a whole framework. So that's more like conceptualizing something. You're understanding. There are similarities. Intentionally, there are similarities between where conceptualization unit is in its quad, and that's in a direct relationship to understanding, which is in the same position within the physics quad, into a relatable. Just like, remember I said at the beginning of this video, it takes a lot of energy to produce a bit of mass. So in the same way here, the same relationship works. Under mind, you have conscious in the lower right, and in the upper left, diagonally to it, you have Um, you have memory. It takes a lot of present time consciousness to equal a bit of memory. And it's that same mass and energy relationship. And amongst the four, mind is a comparison to universe, whereas memory to mind is the same as past is to universe. I hope you understand that relationship there. So you have the huge amount of energy is required to produce a little bit of this. That's within the quad, and then amongst the quads, you have comparisons. Being the same way you have being and becoming. You have learning. You have to learn a whole lot in order to have a small amount of understanding, and you have to conceive a lot of ideas in order to have one unit of conceptualization, so forth. So, and the same way in universe, you have a lot of presence to equal a bit of past as it progresses, as time progresses. So that helps to inform you on how to identify. Remember that drill down. Identify the conflict in each through line. Let me see how. All right, these are the levels of conflict. At the top, in the class level, you're identifying which unit relates to the conflict for that through line, and that's called the domain. That level of resolution for the conflict, the through line's conflict, is the domain. And then you have to go down one level down to the type level to identify that particular through line's concern. And again, it depends on which unit, which quad is underneath. That which quad you have for that through line depends on which one of the top four you identified. You go down one level from that unit to see a quad of 4 units, and then you identify one of those, and then you go down one unit to identify one of those. So the next level down below, concern, the type level, is in the variation level, and that's the issue. It's simply a more thematic aspect of the conflict. So in other words, I'll just finish this off. And then at the bottom level, you have problem, symptom, solution, and response at the element level. And that's all involving 4 simultaneously. So in my case, Joe would be in mind. So that's his domain. And then going one down, you have within mind, you have memory, preconscious, conscious, and subconscious. What's his overall conflict for the entire movie? That's different from the more progressive part. Remember, this is what I'm talking about here is structural. Progressive-wise, dynamically, he'll be sequencing through these, exploring different parts until, that's why it's broken up into 4s and so forth. He has to go through all 4 within a quad and then go 4 within another quad, or whatever. Ultimately, the story, and also your mind, the audience's mind, is just how it works through story in general. Is it's exploring these different things, and exploring until it gets to the climax, where it's pretty convinced, okay, I've explored all these different things, this is the way the path looks, and now I'm better informed on where to go from here. I know the terrain better now because I've explored all these 4 through lines, and then all these through lines. All these 4 units, and then beneath these, all these units, and all these units. So that by the end of in the climax, the territory looks clearer. And hopefully the character knows, or the through line knows the territory well enough to make a good judgment on the best way of resolving the conflict. So I'm still talking about structure. Now, when you get down to the type, you just by choice, you define where your 4 through lines are on the top, and then beneath that, then you pick the upper left, in the type level for each of the quads, you identify what is the primary concern. If I wanted to have Joe dealing primarily with conflict related to his memory, like forgetting things or just a bad memory through the course of the whole story, then that would identify just by having it locked in the upper left hand corner, upper left unit for his through line. That automatically defines where the conflicts are in the other units. That would automatically mean that Madonna is dealing with within the unit under universe in the upper left, and the objective story is dealing with that upper left unit beneath physics, and relationships between characters is automatically dealing with, or principally involved with, the unit that's in the upper left under psychology. And so that's why there's that the past is to past is to universe as memory is to mind, and so forth. So I had him in subconscious. I think I had him. Let's just say I had him in subconscious in the lower left. That means that's a very Western, a very popular location, or very popular setup for movies. I guess we're very, we as a culture in the Western world are, and this, by the way, this theory covers different cultures and different mindsets throughout the world, around the world. Certain cultures, it's interesting, Chris has pointed out in at least one of the video analysis sessions you can find on Jim Hull's YouTube channel called Jim Hull. It's a circle divided into quarters. It may have been the Ghostbusters one. It may have been another one. He says that certain cultures like to focus on certain parts of the Dramatica chart. Some tend to focus on physics and into obtaining, and that feels good for much of the Western audience. Obtaining and doing, particularly obtaining, that would be not just getting something, but achieving something. So in my case, my screenplay case, let's say Joe, I put him in subconscious. Then in Madonna's impact character through line, she would therefore also be concerned in the unit in the lower left under universe, which would be past, present, future. That would be the future. So she would be concerned about her future personally, not the objective story. Just her as an impact character would be concerned about her future. And you won't be, as you're watching the story, if I tell it with Joe being the main character, I should be careful not to explore a lot about her dealing with her future, being focused on her future in such a way that the audience sees personal moments with her dealing with her future, because that misconstrues it as her being the main character. I want him to be the main character. I want him interacting with her, and us as the main character witnessing her dealing with her future, concerns about her future. So she may have moments where we don't see Joe there, but that would be more so her as one of the objective story characters, which is a totally different through line, a totally different role. So then that would therefore, the whole story is focusing on the respective lower left units within the through lines. So the objective story being in physics would be involved in obtaining, which is very Western. It would come across like everybody's trying to get something or achieve something. Meanwhile, Joe is concerned about his subconscious, that's fears and inner turmoil and dilemma, And Madonna would come across as somebody that you witness, you watch her being focused on perhaps like conflicts about her future as specifically as a celebrity, and Joe being concerned about his subconscious fears and desires and inner wants and needs as somebody stuck in this certain mindset. And then you go one level below that, and that's the most thematic of the four levels. That's the variation level, and that's the point between the concern and the ones below that, the problem, symptom, solution, response level of each through line, and use the two in order to help identify what the issue is. You're already locked into like something like a set or a quad of 4 possible issues to choose from. Well, beneath that, you may notice that there are lots of elements, and the elements change position depending on which not through line, but which tower, I'll call it, you're looking at, or as in this case, which through line you're talking about, or domain, I guess I should say, whatever. So you should have some idea what the problem is, what the symptom is, what the response is, and what the solution is. And those will only be located in underneath certain variations. And you're already limited by the number of variations you have to choose from. So that helps you narrow down what the issue is. Let me jump down to the element level. Now, the problem, this is for each through line. This doesn't cover everything. Don't become confused and suddenly jump to a different through line. You're only defining that conflict within that certain through line. There's the problem, which is the actual inherent conflict of the through line. And then there's a solution. What will resolve that problem? And then that's one dynamic pair. And then the other dynamic pair is the symptom and response. You can have a certain problem, and then you have symptoms. You have a type of symptom that comes out as a side product of that problem. And a character that actually changes will switch from problem to solution in the end. That's inherent in the story. That a changed main character or a changed impact character will switch from problem to solution. They both have their own problems, their own problem elements defined. Then you have the symptom. The steadfast, a steadfast main character or steadfast impact character will not necessarily or want to deal with, may not be aware of, or may not really want to deal with the problem. So he or she sees the symptoms. And so the steadfast character deals with the symptoms with the response, and will not really switch to the solution. And that's true for both, either the main character or impact character, as long as they're the one that changes ultimately by the end of the story. And that makes sense. If one change, remember what I hopefully indicated earlier well enough, that one of the two characters, the main or impact character, has to be the changed character, and the other one, therefore, is their steadfast character. So you simply identify under that, in that drill down between your limited number of elements, what is your problem, and then underneath that unit, that you've picked for the through line's concern, and then within that, it helps you define exactly what the issue is. And that's simply a thematic version of, it's a more defined version of what the concern is. And for that, you just simply have to look at the periodic table. So let me switch over to something else. Having described those structural use of those, or the structural illustrations of the periodic table, which I just did, I want to talk about now, hopefully a more easier thing to talk about, which is the storytelling, or the dynamic version of the periodic table. You still have those 5 levels, you still have those elements within each level, but now you're treating it differently in order to flesh out your story. The top level, you're not defining what the nature of the conflict is throughout the entire story. Now you're identifying what happens in each sequence. And remember, the author of the story isn't necessarily having it very hierarchical like this. The author of the story just simply has what I will describe in a moment, but it forms like a hierarchy or hierarchical list of themes to cover in this sequential order. And there are 4 through lines. So it's up to the author to interweave and construct scenes that may cover a whole chunk of this, but may cover another through line, only one unit of this this other through line here. And in other words, you just have 4 lists of hierarchical themes in sequential order, and it's up to the author to figure out how to interweave them best and divide them up into scenes. So let me describe how you get the hierarchical thematic sequence. The top level, the particular through line has, which is defined by the very top level, the class level. One level below that is the type, and you see 4 units within a quad. Well, through certain calculations, it's determined what order those units occur in. So hypothetically, like if you're in physics, the units below physics are obtaining, learning, understanding, and doing. So below that, those would be the larger units. And the first quarter of the movie may be obtaining, and then it goes to learning, then it goes to understanding, and then it goes to obtaining, which, by the way, would seem like a 3-act structure, because diagonal dynamic relationship units will easily be overlooked in terms of where the division is between one unit and the next, in terms of the mind. If you notice, learning and understanding appear diagonally in the model, and if you're just watching a story, that means that you'd be watching a period of learning, then you'd be watching a period of them understanding what they've learned, and it'll seem like it's just one act, as opposed to them obtaining or losing something and then trying to get it back, and then suddenly they're learning something. There's much more of a noticeable break between the units. So that's why sometimes it seems like there's a huge mid-act mid-act break or shift in the story or in a through line. It's not because they're only covering 2 units, it's because you have 2 units back to back that were diagonally located in the chart, and then 2 other units that are similarly diagonally related in the chart. It's like learning to understanding and then suddenly doing to obtaining. There's a huge shift because you're going from a state to a process and stuff like that. Huge shift. So anyway, those would be those larger ones in the type level would be the larger hierarchical thematic parts. Only 4 of them in a certain order, and within that, under each of those, you have a list of 4 variations in a particular order, and those variations are typically, probably like always, not the ones that you'd find directly below in the periodic table, because you're seeing the periodic table at rest. There's a certain calculation algorithm that shifts. It has something to do with I think the mind over time, if I remember correctly, it's shifting slightly. So by the end, it's like 90 degrees. One level is 90 degrees off from the level above it. So you see all the elements, the variation units shifted. And there was something in the software called the plot sequence report. And this explains why the variations in the plot sequence report don't line up with the plot, because one deals more with theme, one deals with plot, and it's showing the difference. It's showing the stretching between plot and theme. And then it's very simple hierarchically. You have 4 type units, and under each of the 4 type units, you have 4 variation units, and then under each of the 4 variation units, you have you have 4 type units. Under each type unit, you have 4 variation units, and then under each variation unit, you have the 4 element units, and it's as simple as that. Now, there's something interesting that Jim Hull noticed. As I said before, when they were putting together the Dramatica disc, the software physical disc, it was getting down to the wire, and I think Melanie had mentioned she was eager to get to vacation. I think that's the same story as this. She was eager to get to vacation, and they were getting down to the wire, and she noticed, hey, wait a minute, let me have this right. Anyway, all right, I'll skip that. I think that may be a different thing that they tried to resolve. Anyway, yeah, that was the plot sequence report that I was talking about before, where they were getting down. So just to jump back a little bit, they noticed, well, whoops, we didn't account for the shift, the twisting between plot and theme that I was just talking about before. And so they were finally able to correct it in time and print out the discs, make the master copy and then duplicate all of them, and she could go on her vacation, if I remember correctly. But she was probably happy about that. Sure, thrilled about that. But anyway, all right, so the difference between male and female. Right. So there's only a limited amount of computing power that you could put on a disk at that time. This is the 1992 and 93, 91, I think it was more like 91, 92. So they had to compromise. Okay, we can't have both holistic and linear calculations. We can't have a sophisticated software being able to do certain calculations depending on whether it's linear or depending on whether it's holistic for the main character. So we'll just assume main characters are linear in terms of this plot sequence. The rest of the story engine, you can of course choose between holistic and linear, but they, as I understand it, they had to, for this linear sequencing list that they would give, one of the reports would, you don't know, actually, I'm telling you, that one of the reports that provides what it calculates for your story is a linear telling of the themes. In this act, the main character will be dealing with, for example, memory, and in the next quarter of the film, he'll be dealing with subconscious, and then so forth. And it calculates the list, the hierarchical list I was just talking about, the order of all of these. But it only gave the ordering of the units in the type level. It didn't go into variation and whatever. And from what I understand, the plot sequence report does show the variations, but it doesn't show the variations in order. Maybe it does, I'm not sure. It lists the variations, but there's no set. It's not coming out and telling you this is the order in which you should, that through line will be experiencing these variations. And it doesn't even show any of the elements. So for 2 reasons. One, the limitation on the software itself, and for 2, it's been voiced by the Dramatica people that they were concerned that the authors using the software would feel limited and locked into doing it, like color by numbers. They didn't want that. They wanted the author to feel free enough to be able to just tell the story, and using this simply as a tool to help guide them. I like that in many respects. But I also like what Jim Hull did, excuse me, with his adjunct to Dramatica, which is Subtext, subtxt.io, which is a website that you subscribe to, and it's also a tool. It's a true adjunct to Dramatica. He's taking the Dramatica theory and he's making it more user-friendly for storytellers. Dramatica you can use as a consumer to understand film better, and you can also use it to help write your own stories. That's one beauty of it. So he noticed that he would watch movies, and he would use the Dramatica software to figure out and calculate the story form for it. He would plug in he would choose the answers to the 4 main character questions, the impact character, and he would try and figure out what's the best story form that matches what I've seen in the movie. And he noticed something was off, particularly in the movie The Matrix. It presented a linear thing, as I said before. The software assumes, just because it wasn't capable enough, it didn't have the capacity to be able to calculate these extra things, that it assumed that all main characters are linear thinkers. He would typically get the final 2 quarters of the film switched around, not just the main character, but through all 4 through lines, or 3 of the 4 through lines, or whatever. These 2 would strangely be reversed for holistic thinkers, holistic thinking main characters. That was weird. And he made an adjustment. I forget exactly why, but he made an adjustment that then switched it, and it matches even better to the movies that you're watching. For example, when he took that, he made that adjustment, it matched his story form matched even closer to the movie The Matrix. It's has something to do with the quad. It's coming back to me now. You have a quad. You have let me see. There is this situation, and this gets into modalities. The modalities quad, or not the modalities quad. There's a quad. Oh no, I think the entire thing is called modalities. The entire quad is called modalities. But there was a thing. There was a sequential order. This is in Dramatica. They would talk about it this way: 1, 2, 3, 4, simply meaning set up something in resolution, which simply is a fancy way of saying first, second, third, fourth units in sequential order. And there was also something called potential, resistance, current, and outcome, or power. I'm trying to remember how that's laid out, but it is a quad. One of the units is potential, I think it's potential, resistance, current, and power. And the linear thinker, for some reason, I can't quite remember why, the linear thinker goes through it in terms of a certain order, and the holistic thinker goes through it in a reverse order, whereas it's potential, resistance, and then for a linear thinker, potential, resistance, current, and outcome, or power, and that's called the dramatic circuit. And a holistic thinker goes through and thinks of it, or it appears linear, like a holistic thinker's linear progression of it is potential, resistance, power, and current. It's more like the current is like an indication of the path that's going down, and power or output is an end result. So it's like the linear thinker thinks in terms of finishing a story with a goal achieved. That's the output of this dramatic circuit. And the holistic thinker is thinking more in terms of the current, and I guess that relates more to the relationships between the four parts. Anyway, that's related to why these final two acts seem to be flipped for holistic thinker. So that explains that. And I've also covered one of the parts in this modalities quad. Let me take a breather for a moment. Now I get to an even wider thing to explain. That's modalities. There's a quad of modalities, and this is, in some sense, a very fun part for me. Fun. When I do fart, it's pretty fun. But that's a different topic. That's a different video. Anyway, hope that doesn't get me demonetized, like I've been monetized anyway. Ha ha ha. By you. Thanks, YouTube. Anyway. There's a quad of modalities, and that is fun because it incorporates a lot of different aspects. Ultimately, Dramatica, this level of Dramatica theory is only a quarter of the total theory that has to be figured out. This is the other aspect, in addition to modalities. I think it was Melanie that pointed out that we only understand 1/4 of what the whole Dramatica theory should look like. And that's the structural aspect of the structure of the theory. Now, there's been work on the dynamics of the structure of the theory. In other words, there would be the structure of the structure, the dynamic of the structure, the dynamics of the dynamics, and I forget what the one that's missing, to understand the total theory. That hasn't yet been developed. We have this thing that I'm talking about, which is I think the structure of the theory. And then we're working on, if I recall, the dynamics of the structure of the theory, and the other two haven't even been figured out. Those are the two main ones. So let me explain what I'm talking about. On the one hand, right, there are 4/4 of what would be a superclass of the theory, total understanding of the theory. What we can be able to do with the software and the theory itself is tell you, like, sequentially what themes pop up, but we can't tell you how much of that theme should be expressed. That would be where the dynamics would come in, and it's been a guess. It's been some talk about it being more in terms of waves or frequencies, where I can say, like, I can identify in the story form, oh, the main character is dealing with grief, but I can't tell you in the beginning how much grief he should be experiencing, or how little, or how much it rises, or the amplitudes and frequencies haven't been figured out. There's no model for that yet, but they're working on it. And there are some, like Euler's equation, Euler's beta function, I think, or Euler's, I'm sorry, I keep saying Euler. I think it's pronounced Euler's. Beta function has been suggested as perhaps part of this, and there have been different mathematical, or there's a more concrete term than just, not algebraic, but there's a more concrete term, mathematical term for it. But anyway, that may play a part. And so anyway, actually, Melanie was suggesting in a blog or a few that her guess that a lot of things deal in fours, just as Dramatica deals in quads of 4 or patterns of 4, and that we have trigonometry now, and that if we could understand or develop quadranometry, then we may be able to understand a lot more about how physics actually works. But anyway, that's a different topic, presumably for the future, hopefully. Okay, let me get back to modalities. So let me not have the notes, what is the back of the notes here? I don't know, hopefully it doesn't look like I'm giving away anything by showing that. But anyway, I'll hold it off away from the camera. Modalities, you have one, and I don't remember what part goes in which unit placement, but it's a quad, and one of them is the the dramatic circuit, and I think that's a space. Remember I said before each quad could have an internal version and an external version. The external version is mass in the upper left, energy in the lower right, space in the upper right, and time in the lower left. And those obey the certain relationships. It takes a lot of energy to equal a bit of mass, and in the Dramatica units, that's how they work. It takes a lot of what's in the lower right to equal a bit of what's in the upper left, and so forth. And then you have the space and time units in the quad. So I'm pretty sure from my memory that this pass, capital P, all capitals PASS, it occupies the energy unit of the modalities quad. This is a separate quad outside of the Dramatica, outside of the updates thing popped up on the screen. Outside of the Dramatica periodic table, this is outside of that. The pass takes up the energy quad, which would be the lower right, and then the 1, 2, 3, 4 aspect of a structure in a film would be the time, obviously, and that would be the lower left. And then mass, I'm pretty sure, is the in the upper left, but I'm pretty sure that relates to the universe, what you see in the top level, in the class units, the class quad. That's universe, physics, mind, and psychology. That's the external way of looking at it. Internally, that top level would be knowledge, thought, ability, and desire. Knowledge in the upper left, and they put knowledge in the upper left, they explain, because you have to pinpoint your fixed reference frame somewhere, using one of them. And they pick knowledge because that's the way our minds tend to think. It's knowledge based, so that's why it's in the upper left. That was the reason given. I'm not entirely sure how that relates to everything else. I get that concept, but I'm not entirely sure. I couldn't argue 100% confidently how that works, why they chose that. So you have knowledge in the upper left, and then thought in the lower right, because it takes a lot of thought to equal a bit of knowledge, and then ability in the upper right, and then desire in the lower left. That all is the KTAD. And if I remember correctly, that's the mass of a scene, the mass of this modality quad. And that would necessarily be in the upper left unit, that TKAD, or the knowledge, thought, ability, desire. And you have the lower left, which would be the pass, all in caps, and I'll explain that in a moment. That's the energy of the story. And then you have the sequential 1, 2, 3. It's simply the order of events, in what order they occur. Now that would be time in the lower left, and then the upper right would be potential. That's a dramatic circuit: potential, resistance, current, and output, otherwise known as power. Potential, resistance, current, and power. So the modalities quad deals with how you illustrate. Oh, I should actually describe the pass, what the pass in all caps refers to. That's, you have two ways. You have storytelling and you have structural, and then you have, for each of those, for storytelling, you have active and you have passive. Same way with structural, you have active and you have passive. And that deals with how you illustrate the scene, or not necessarily how you're illustrating. Well, I'll call it a scene, a specific scene. Now, let me see. In terms of storytelling, yeah, the active. Let me pause for a moment here, just so I get this pass aspect, this pass unit of the modalities quad I'm still sort of weak on. I know when I read about it, I understand it, but I'm not entirely fully confident I can distinguish between them. So I took down notes here. You have storytelling and you have structural elements. And an element from the periodic table that you're illustrating could be told in different ways. The active structural, or if you tell it in an active structural or active storytelling way, you're illustrating in a sense that that element moves the story forward. And if you're doing it in a passive way, either passive storytelling or passive structural, you're simply using that element to illustrate the events. By that, I think it means illustrating the structure or the storytelling as it is. There are certain storytelling elements that move the story forward. There are certain ways of story. You could take an element, and there's a version of the element that's structural, and there's an element. I think this relates to the what I was talking about before in terms of taking the parts of the periodic table as defined. Taking elements of the periodic table by calculating a certain story form, you have identified that you've taken the periodic table and you've identified which parts of the periodic table are illustrating which parts of the story. And for each element, there's a structural way of illustrating it, and then there's a storytelling way of telling it. I think that relates to, remember when I said dynamic and structural, I was talking about the story overall. This is the concern that's in this through line for the whole story. I think that means that's a structural way of interpreting that element. And then also that element can appear in the linear progression of the story itself. It's the same element. Like, for example, obtaining under physics. In my screenplay project I was talking about, the objective story is involved in physics, in the physics kind of conflict. So you could have, for example, obtaining appear once as an act, like a quarter of the objective story through line. And it could be, as I said before, it would be the concern of the overall objective story. So all the characters could be concerned about obtaining, and yet within that concern about obtaining, they go through learning and a period of understanding and a period of doing and a period of obtaining. Obtaining could show up as one of the quarter acts, but it could also be the concern of all the characters throughout the whole story. What are they primarily concerned about as they're going through understanding and learning and obtaining and doing, so forth. So you can look at it from, you can look at it in two different ways. There's a linear progression, and then there's also just what are these characters concerned about. I think that's a difference between structural and storytelling. So you can do it actively or passively. There's an active storytelling. You can do it active storytelling, passive storytelling, active structural, and passive structural. Active, in either case, structural or storytelling, to do that you illustrate it in a sense that moves the story, that element moves the story forward. And if you do it in a passive way, it's that you illustrate that element in a way that illustrates just how that fits into the theme, structural theme of the story. Hope that's clear. That's my understanding of it. I think that's pretty cool. Anyway, it seems sort of clear to me. I'm not entirely confident in it, but that makes sense to me. All right, now that's so overall, again, you have this quad of modalities. You have the dramatic circuit, which is potential, resistance, current, and power, or otherwise known as output. I should explain that before I go further. But anyway, that's a dramatic circuit, and then you have the knowledge, thought, ability, desire, or as you could also think that's internally, you could also see it as universe, mind, physics, and psychology. And then you have the time in which you have events occurring in a certain sequential order, and you have this past thing that I just described about passive and active and so forth. And if you're designing a scene, you have all four within this quad helping to construct the scene for you, and that makes a fully fleshed out scene. Let me describe the potential, resistance, current, and power, otherwise known as output. This is another thing I'm pretty vague on. Potential is the inherent inequity of the conflict. And of course, I should say that you have potential, resistance, current, and power for the whole story. This is how Dramatica identifies the order of the units, how to put, in what order to put them. And it also defines what role they play. So in other words, a dramatic circuit doesn't necessarily have to be so linear in that the potential is illustrated first and then comes resistance or whatever. Potential could be all the way at the bottom. It's that you take what Dramatica is doing is taking what you've identified in the story engine, and it's modifying that periodic table accordingly. And you've in certain, by doing those things, it's taking that into account and then using algorithms and calculations to identify which unit within each quad is the potential, which is the resistance, which is the current, and which is the power. And then it's also identifying in what order they occur. So it's doing it at every level. Remember, I said before, the top level is only 4, and then the bottom level, under each unit at the top, there are 4, and then under that unit, there are 4 more. So there are like 256 different things that are being, that each have a role as a potential or resistance or whatever. They each have a role in the dramatic circuit, and they each are placed within a certain linear order. So Jim Hull, in his subtext.io website that you subscribe to, has put that engine back in that they couldn't have. They didn't have the space literally to put it on the disk way, way, way back, and also they didn't want the user to start a habit of painting by number, so they left that part out. But he put it back in, so you can now see your whole story once you put in the how whether you want the main character to be changed or steadfast and all that. You've answered those questions. It then lays out the sequential order in all 4 through lines. So for each through line, you have the largest hierarchical unit. You have the 4 units like obtaining, learning, understanding, and doing, and then underneath, and in a particular order. Each one of those is defined as one of the roles or one of the parts in the dramatic circuit. I say again, the dramatic circuit is potential, resistance, current, and power, or otherwise known as output. So it defines what each of those largest hierarchical units is, which one it is, and then it also defines the linear order in which it should appear. So you have a long list, a huge list of like 4 groups, and then under each 4 of the 4 you have 4 variations, and then within each of the 4 variations you have 4 elements. So you do the math. I haven't even figured out how long that is, but you have those running in parallel for all 4 through lines, and the author would then be creating, interweaving them. Now that's one thing I'm glad that Jim Hull did. He went away from calling the this hierarchical system, calling this the act, and then the sequence, and then the scene, and event, and beat, and so forth, because that's a different way. That's a different task of the storyteller. This is more the structural end. This is everything happening at once. This is you looking at the map or the territory. This is what happens in the movie sequentially. Those are all just like beats in the story. Now you have to take those beats and merge them. You have separate through lines that are running concurrently. You have to weave them together in creative ways to create this other kind of division of sequences, namely acts, scenes, sequences of scenes, and beats within a scene. That's very different from this hierarchical thing. And for quite a while, Dramatica was confusing the terminology, just calling this the act and then the sequence, or thematic sequence, and then the scene. This is more structural, even though it's telling you the order, the linear order. It's still structural. You have to weave them together in creative ways. And one rule of thumb is that all 4 through lines have to be finished before you can begin one through line's next element. You should have, it should be broken up so that the objective story has a driver or turning point at the end of the first quarter for all 4 through lines. In other words, as I've said before a number of times, they're running concurrently. So at the end of all 4 of them, there would be a plot twist, a turning point, which would be the driver, decision or action, and that's tied in with the objective story, I think, for the most part. I guess it has to be, because the objective story is involved in telling the whole story, the grand story. So, or the objective part of the story. Then you have to have that before you can cover any of the elements in one of the through lines. In one of the through lines, or any of the through lines. All 4 through lines have to be fully illustrated before you can have that driver to go into the next set of 4. All right, so I've explained that. Now I happen to skip over in my train of thought what the potential, resistance, current, and power or output actually refer to. Potential would be as I understand it, I understand it like intellectually, but in terms of recognizing it within a scene or segment, I'm still trying to become better at it. Potential is the inherent conflict of the scene, like the inherent inequity of the scene, as I understand it. And then resistance amplifies or diminishes that. That's almost a counteracting force that amplifies or diminishes. And then the current, as I understand it, is the two. It's very much like analogous to to an electrical circuit. It's the current. It's like the electrical current of the scene, and then that circuit is producing power or some kind of outcome, and that's of course the power or outcome. But again, it's not, and it's probably tricky for linear thinkers to understand that you can have them in different orders. You don't have to have power at the very end and potential at the very beginning. They are simply roles. They are simply players in this dramatic circuit interacting with each other to produce an effect. And I wanted to make sure to mention that. Now, I guess I can go on to mentioning something else, that the objective story, the different roles in the objective story. Now, overall, you notice at the very top there are elements. At the bottom level, there are like 256 elements. Now, if you're looking at the elements and then under the top 4 units in the class level, you notice that they are repeated. They're in a different arrangement, but they are repeated in a different arrangement under these these class units. It's like, for example, you see pursue and avoid and help and hinder and so forth underneath the class quarter of the periodic table, and you also see pursue, prevent, and so forth underneath another quarter of the periodic table, but they're arranged differently, they're oriented differently. However, you will always see their relationships to each other, their locations to each other, as being consistent. You will always see pursue in a dynamic relationship with prevent. You can also read prevent as avoid, depending on how you're telling the story. You will also always see help in a dynamic relationship to hinder. And so, therefore, my phone is going off. Hold on. Okay, so at the large level, at the very top level, you may see, when you look down to see what elements there are going through, 1/4 of that top class level, you would notice contains 4 subquarters, meaning of these elements, repeated. So imagine the top level, the class level, it's divided into 4 units. And then if you're looking down, within one of those 4 units, you may notice the same 8 elements show up 4 times, but they are arranged differently each time that they appear in those 4 subdivisions. So let me describe, there's a reason behind that. At the top, this is how the elements are divided up in terms of the top class level. Underneath the universe upper left unit of the class level, all the way at the bottom, those elements are the purpose elements, and under the physics, those elements are, I think 64 elements, are the 8 and 8, so forth, are the evaluation, and then in the lower left under psychology are the motivation elements, and under mind are the methodology elements. Now, within each of these 4, you have the whole element level. But as I said before, they're divided up into purpose, evaluation, motivation, and methodology subdivisions. And within each of those subdivisions, they're further cut up in terms of what you see at the top. You have obtaining, understanding. For example, in the physics, you have obtaining, understanding, doing, and learning. That falls all the way down. I'm talking strictly in terms of how they're divided up. You can see they are divided up. You see pursue, for example, 4 times underneath this whole 1/4 of the whole chart. And that would be under motivation. And then I think that describes, anyway, these, let me see, there are 8 here. There are these 16 elements, and you have 16 motivational elements, you have 16 evaluation elements, 16 purpose elements, and 16 methodology elements. Now, it depends on how fully developed you want your objective story characters to be illustrated. Now, what I'm talking about here strictly applies to the objective story through line. As I've said before, the elements at the bottom can also be used to illustrate the problem for each through line, and the symptom for each through line and so forth. That's a different way of using this periodic table tool, and specifically that element level. I hope you understand what I mean. We are using that bottom element level now to define our objective story characters, which have nothing to do with the personal through line, the main character through line, the impact character through line, or the subjective story through line. They're only the objective story through line, defining those characters. You have, under motivation, you have 16, you have pursue, prevent, and those are in a dynamic diagonal relationship pair. Consider, I have that right, pursue, prevent, consider, reconsider, help, hinder, temptation, conscience, support, oppose, faith, disbelief, logic, emotion, I believe it's logic, emotion, and controlled, uncontrolled. So eight of those, half of them are the driver elements, and 8 of them are the passenger elements. As I said before, the driver elements are the ones that are crucial to the story progressing forward, and the passenger ones are more like commentary or flavor on the story moving forward. Now, this is where you get into protagonist, antagonist, guardian, and they actually had to come up with a different term, contagonist. Those are more archetypal terms, but I want to go even deeper. I want to talk specifically about the elements themselves. Those are the motivation elements. Now, there's, as I said before, there are also evaluation elements. There's a set of 16 evaluation elements and a set of 16 purpose ones and a set of 16 methodology ones. For a character can have one or several motivational elements, and that motivate the character. This character can also go about doing things and have a methodology as defined by one of its elements in the methodology quarter, and can also be going with a purpose behind all of it. And the purpose and motivation are similar. I think its purpose is more goal-oriented, and motivation is more instinctive. And of course, it can evaluate. The audience can evaluate, or the character can evaluate his or her progress in the story as a character. Now, Dramatica, I don't want to say Dramatica emphasizes this, but typically when we think about archetypal characters like protagonist and antagonist and so forth, and sidekick, those are easy cookie cutter setups of, or archetypes of what's going on in the motivation quad of that bottom element level. Those are the ones I just mentioned: pursue, prevent, consider, reconsider. Okay, now you can combine and rearrange these in some certain ways, but you can't combine both pursue and prevent, for example, or help or hinder, because it's not just a characteristic trait that the character exhibits. It's in terms of the whole story focus or goal. It's not that this character considers a lot. It's consider in terms of the story goal, or the story focus or concern. So, as you might imagine, the protagonist, the closest you'd have to a protagonist is in Dramatica is pursue, and antagonist is prevent or avoid, depending on how you want to call it. Now, as I said before, in First Blood, I would call the sheriff in that movie the protagonist, because he is actively pursuing. What's the overall goal? What's the overall objective story about? It's about Rambo being loose. He's escaped the law, and the sheriff and his deputies are trying to capture him. The active effort in trying to capture and arrest Rambo. The sheriff would be the protagonist pursuing, by definition, the protagonist is pursuing the goal. What's the goal? The goal is to capture Rambo. It has nothing to do with Rambo being a troubled, main character riddled with nightmares and memories. That's the main character. It's simply this sheriff is trying to reacquire this escaped outlaw. So I would classify Rambo as being the avoid or prevent character. He's trying to avoid or prevent the goal from being achieved, namely his capture and arrest. And so you have other characters involved in various ways, fulfilling various functions. The same way in Star Wars, spoiler alert, but in Star Wars, Episode 4, A New Hope, the protagonist, Luke Skywalker would be the protagonist. In some sense, I see Ben and I see R2-D2 as helping to be the protagonist, in some sense being the protagonist. But I can see it's a weak example in terms of protagonist. A New Hope, Luke being the protagonist. That's the way that the two founders of Dramatica laid it out. The goal is to get the, if you see the movie and you see that opening crawl that not many perhaps actually read when they first watch it, the plans to the Death Star have been captured in Rogue One, and the opening crawl in the movie is summarizing the events of Rogue One and the situation, and Princess Leia now has the, huge spoiler alert, but she has the plans. She gives them to R2-D2 through various means. The plans get into the hands of the rebels, and they're trying to first, rescue Princess Leia, and then all of them have to get to the rebel base and deliver the plans so that they can then destroy the Death Star. That's what the objective story is about, and the Empire is trying to get the plans back and to stop them and prevent them from. The key thing is the Empire is trying to prevent them from delivering the plans to the rebel base. So Luke, I don't know necessarily why it's Luke, but Luke, I guess he's more forthright in pursuing the goal, I guess, but Luke is the protagonist, deemed the protagonist. The Empire, I would say principally Governor Tarkin, but the Empire in various scenes you see trying to prevent them from achieving the goal. And then Obi-Wan Kenobi provides Luke with a lightsaber. He provides him with information about the Force. He trains him and so forth. And he's helping he's providing help, actual help to Luke Skywalker. Luke's the protagonist. He's giving him help, and that's why if you see in the chart here, help is one of the elements. And so when the two of them were developing, Chris and Melanie were developing Dramatica, they had Darth Vader being the antagonist, of course, because he's in most of the movie as an antagonist. No, he's not. You have Luke being the protagonist. You have the Empire, and in parentheses I would put Governor Tarkin being the antagonist. And then you have Obi-Wan Kenobi providing help, and he also provides conscience, a sense of conscience about why achieving the goal is so important. But where does Darth Vader fit in? Well, and they also notice that Dramatica seemed to work in fours. So you have protagonist, antagonist. You have help and conscience. You have this is very archetypal. You have very archetypal protagonist. You have an action element, which is pursue, and you have a decision element, which is consider, and then the antagonist is reconsider and also prevent or avoid. And then you have Obi-Wan Kenobi being the guardian, he has help and he has conscience. He's helping actively as an action element. He's helping the goal overall, not just the protagonist, but he's helping the overall goal be achieved. And he's also giving voice to the conscience as to why it's so important the goal be achieved. So who is his counterpart? Well, Darth Vader hinders both the Empire's efforts and the rebels' efforts to achieve the goal, to achieve their concerns. And he also represents temptation. He himself has been tempted by the Force. Even if you don't watch The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, even in the first movie, Obi-Wan Kenobi talks about how Darth Vader was seduced by the dark side of the Force. And so you see them in a duel. And George Lucas probably didn't know, Dramatica wasn't even developed yet, but it's interesting that you have Obi-Wan Kenobi and Darth Vader having a past history, and they're dueling together, specifically in a scene towards the climax. They're dueling together, and you have the protagonist and antagonist. That's why there's a dynamic, diagonal relationship in terms of these units, the way they're laid out. They may orient themselves differently depending on which quarter of the periodic table you're looking at, but they are always in that dynamic relationship. Pursue, prevent, help, hinder, conscience, temptation, so forth. They're in diagonal relationships. Then you have the support characters: support, oppose, faith, disbelief, logic, emotion, controlled, uncontrolled. Two of them are actions. Two of them are decisions. Support, oppose is are two of the action elements, and those are, if I remember correctly, those are R2D2 and C3PO. They are both. This is the archetypal sidekick trope. They support, and they also have faith. They give voice to faith that the heroes will come, that the goal will be achieved, and they offer support. I'm with you. I support you. But it's kind of weird because it's not altogether clear, because R2D2 does quite a bit of giving help to the rebels by transporting the secret plans, and by getting them out of jams, and by unlocking this door and so forth. That seems more like help. But anyway, I won't quibble over that. As long as the function is being achieved, as long as it's being done in the story. And then then you have faith and disbelief. Oppose and disbelief, that's Han Solo. He doesn't believe in the Force. He questions I don't know if he really questions the point. He doesn't necessarily question or have disbelief in the importance of the goal, the ultimate goal, getting the plans, but he says, I don't want to go, or this is too hard, or he comes up with some excuse a few times. And then Luke Skywalker has to argue, well, she's rich, come on, help me out here. You'll get a lot of money if you help me out. And then he comes to a sense of, he's persuaded properly. You have logic and emotion, controlled and uncontrolled. This is, let's see, is this? Okay, I know Princess Leia is defined in the Dramatica terms. Princess Leia is both logic and controlled. Her mannerisms are very controlled. She's not very energetic. She's controlled in how she speaks. She's very diplomatic, so forth. And she also uses logic and reason. I think reason, maybe rationale, something. I can't remember the exact term of the element, but it's logic or reason. She gives reasonable explanations. She understands a certain rationale for things. And then Chewbacca is the counterpart. Very emotional, reacts emotionally, is uncontrolled, knocks people around. Could tear. Is known. Wookiees are known to tear droids' limbs from them if they don't get what they want, so forth. So that explains the characters in the objective story, how to define them. And each of these roles isn't a necessarily a nice fun character to develop, although I guess they should be. Look at them objectively uh, as roles or functions to explore in the effort to tell the story and to tell how the story goes towards its climax and its ultimate goal. They're commenting on the story goal. So I should get going. So I'd better continue on. You won't see the rest of this. I mean, it'll be a nice transition to the next part, but I think I'd better stop right now, and in a split second, you'll see the next part, whatever that is. So, all right. Now, there's another way of identifying this set of 8 or 16, I believe it's 8 roles that I just mentioned: pursue, prevent, help, hinder, and so forth. Melanie found this out. She calls it mental relativity. And she describes how she discovered this on her website, StoryMind. There's a YouTube channel as well called StoryMind. She came up with the equation T over K equals dA, and that refers to thought over knowledge equals desire times ability. And like special relativity, you can, which would be E equals mc squared, actually E equals m times c times c. You can rearrange the letters in T over K equals D times A into variations, and each variation corresponds to a certain element in what I'd mentioned before, those roles: pursue, prevent, help, hinder, and so forth. I don't have the notes in front of me, but there is a direct correspondence, one-to-one. All right, so, okay, there's still quite a bit to cover, unbelievably. There's still quite a lot to cover in this whole theory, storytelling theory. I wanted to remind you of things I'd mentioned before, and then explain now how they fit into a larger context. Melanie describes or labels the other thing. Now, outside of what I said, mental relativity, she also talks about narrative dynamics and narrative structure. Narrative structure is that knowledge, thought, ability, and desire, KTAD. There's a major point, which is that they can the quad, which relates to narrative structure, help to give them the model, that periodic table, the vertical levels as well as the horizontal levels. The vertical levels have KTAD, and the horizontal levels within the horizontal quads also have KTAD. So really the entire periodic table is a layering this way of KTAD, and at each level, if you look down on it, it's a quad of KTAD. Now let me get the precise locations of where knowledge, thought, ability, and desire are, just to make sure here. So you have classes at the top, and then types, and then variations, and then elements. Elements at the bottom is knowledge, and the types, second from the top, is thought. And then above elements, knowledge, the knowledge level, the variations level, that's ability, and then all the way at the top is classes, which is the desire. So remember I said, knowledge, thought, ability, and desire. Well, going this way, it's classes at the top, desire, types is thought, ability is variations, and bottom, knowledge is elements. So that's how would that go? That's elements, and then you jump up to thought, and then variations is ability, and then at the top is desire. So it's a certain perspective. So it's simply a certain perspective of looking at that same quad: knowledge, thought, ability, desire. Only you're looking at it from a certain point of view. Then each layer, each of those levels, each level, if you look down at that, you see the quad, and you see knowledge, thought, ability, and desire. And an external version of that, as I've said before, is is this: mass, energy, space, and time. Now let me go on. So you have knowledge, thought, ability, and desire internally, and then externally they are equated to these same things: mass, energy, space, and time. And I've mentioned this before, but I'll say it again, that space is the space is the gap between mass, different masses, amounts of mass, the same way that, let me see, physics is in the same spot as, no, I'm sorry, I don't mean physics. All right, let me say that again. There's mass, and then there's space, which is the distance between clumps of mass. The same way that ability, in the same location as space, is the difference between what we know and what we don't know, and knowledge is in the same location as mass. And so you have mass, energy, space, and time. It takes a lot of energy to equal one bit of mass, the same way it takes a lot of thought to equal one bit of knowledge. And time, I'm still foggy on time, but that's okay, because Melanie herself describes this lower left element or unit in the quad. Really, they're all the same quad. They are just labeled differently depending on the context of the parent quad above them. And that lower left unit in that quad, that location, is described as wonky. It's that extra fourth thing that's hard for human minds to wrap themselves around. Okay, now I'm going to get to the part of the model, a part of the model, which might speak to you more clearly about the connection between psychology and the storytelling conceptual model. Melanie describes that early on, I believe, in the development of this theory, she was talking to Chris, and Chris asked, well, how come if the person, for example, it's not Scrooge, that's the movie, the story about Ebenezer Scrooge. How come if he knows his problem, if he knows the problem, why doesn't he simply solve it? And there must be a blind spot. It's not like he doesn't want to, it's that he doesn't even realize what the problem actually is. So they developed 4 stages, or they found in this model that eventually developed these 4 stages, again, of justification, where you are trying to tackle something, and then you go to the next stage, and then the next stage, and by the 4th stage, you don't even realize what the original thing, the original true problem was that you were trying to tackle, because you tried to tackle each thing that came up. so to speak. Those are the 4 levels of justification. So you completely have a blind spot in the 4th stage, and you don't even realize the original problem that was there in stage 1. So as you may expect, if you look at that model, and here I will put that conceptual periodic table up on the screen right now, you can see that there's universe, or otherwise known as situation, in the upper left, and physics in the upper right, otherwise known as activities, and then lower left is psychology, otherwise known as manipulation, and then in the lower right is mind, also known as fixed attitude. We will focus on the quad that's what I would call psychology. They've changed the terminology to manipulation. It's the same thing. This is at that top genre level. So as you might expect, developing justifications and developing blind spots to what the problem is the mind trying to work through a problem, and that's all in psychology. It's a process, an internal process. Okay, so within psychology, you will notice that the upper left is conceptualization. Otherwise, they've changed the terminology again. It's called developing a plan, but the more accurate original term was conceptualization, and that's defined as basically seeing the overall model, and it's a difference between learning and understanding that you see in physics. It's the same exact spot, only it's in the context of the mind, internal mind, in psychology rather than physics. It's that concept of all these different parts, all these different ideas coming together to form an overall conception of what it is, a conceptual model of something. That's in the upper left in this chart, and the lower right is conceiving. That's the idea of conceiving an element. Just like in physics, you can learn something, you can learn another thing. After a while, as you learn these different things, you pick up different ideas, you understand something a lot better. So, and also remember that in the lower right, you have thought. It takes a lot of different thoughts to equal a bit of knowledge in the upper left. The same way in physics, in the lower right, you have a lot of different thoughts conceived, and that makes one bit of conceptualization in the upper left. And then the other diagonal is being in the upper right, and that's also the original term. It had since been changed to playing a role. Being, it's the same idea. They just changed the labels to be more user-friendly. But the actual idea behind it is that, the actual definition behind it is that you're adopting some kind of sort of superficial, like mask. You're behaving. It's about behavior. You're behaving in a certain way. You're taking on a certain role, like a teacher or a student or a miscreant or a jackass or whatever. You're taking on some role. You're being something. That's as opposed to the one diagonally down from that, which would be becoming. And that's more of a permanent, long-term phase. You actually now, I can't think of a good example. You're not taking on a temporary role in a group. You now have become, mentally, you've become something else. So that's a difference between all four. Now, in this chart, within being in the upper right, you may notice knowledge, thought, ability, and desire as the quad beneath that. And you may notice in the conceiving an idea in the lower right, you may notice, now these terms are a bit different. They mean the same thing. I think you'd see permission, and I can't remember what the other ones are, but they are variations of can, need, want, and should. And then in the upper left, in the quad beneath conceptualization, you will see state of being, sense of self, situation, and circumstances. And in the quad, in the lower left, beneath, let me rephrase that. In the lower left, you will see becoming, and in the quad beneath that, or within that in the chart, because you're looking at a flat version of what's actually a vertical chart. Within that, or actually in the quad beneath becoming, you see rationalization, commitment, obligation, and responsibility. They all have specific definitions in Dramatica. So being is the knowledge unit of the psychology quad, and conceiving is the thought unit of the psychology quad, and conceptualization is the ability unit, and becoming is the desire unit. Remember, they're all variations of this simple quad arrangement of knowledge, thought, ability, and desire. They simply take on different labels because you're now dealing in the context of psychology. Okay, so the 4 stages of justification are that first stage, knowledge, thought, ability, and desire, that you see within or below being. And then the second stage is can, need, want, should. You've already blinded yourself. I believe you can't do, as I recall, in that first stage, that being quad of knowledge, thought, ability, and desire, you're trying to tackle the problem, and one of these 4 isn't helpful, if I recall correctly. And then one of them being not useful, you then transition to the next stage, which is can, need, want, should. And each of those equals 3 of the ones in the earlier quad of 4. And then the third stage involves being aware that you can't do one of the ones in the earlier 4, can, need, want, should. The third stage is state of being, sense of self, situation, and circumstances. One of them is defective, so the other, that's right, you can only apply something that's equal to the 3 that aren't defective. Yeah, so in the justification levels, you start off with stage 1, which is knowledge, thought, ability, and desire. And one of them doesn't work. So in the next stage, can, need, want, should, each of those, or in the model, the periodic table, the terms are a bit different. There's permission and I can't remember the others. One of them is permission. They are equivalent to can, need, want, should. Each of these 4 equals 3 of the knowledge, thought, ability, and desire. Like for one of them, for example, may equal knowledge, thought, and ability, but doesn't equal desire. And one other one may equal desire, knowledge, and ability, but not thought. So you're trying to work with what you have, what you can be able to do with the problem, with the conflict that you're faced with. And then similarly, it transitions to the third stage, which is state of being, sense of self, state of being, sense of self, situation, and circumstances. Again, one of them equaling three of the earlier ones: can, need, want, should. One of them is dropped off. Each of these equals three of the four in the prior stage, and it helps you narrow down. It helps you narrow down, or at least you're trying to go through, trying to work with what you have, and this is more like a guide. As each one drops off, you can't work with it. It narrows you down to what you can only do. You reach the fourth stage, which is rationalization, commitment, obligation, and responsibility. And again, each one of those equals three of the four in the earlier third stage: state of being, sense of self, situation, and circumstances. And at that point, that's the point where you've basically reached a blind spot. You're not even aware of the original problem involving knowledge, thought, ability, or desire. Now, when I encountered this about 7 to 10 years ago in one of those audio files that they had on one of their websites, it was explained that the impact character's role is to jostle this fourth stage in the main character. Perhaps that's only in the case of the changed main character. I suppose it could be either way. I'm not clear on how the jostling occurs, but I remember that sense that the main character's reached the fourth level of justification, and the impact character, in some, I sort of want to say, mathematical way, there's a way of calculating it, becomes jostled, or the impact character jostles that aspect of the main character, and that's the weak spot, and it's only a matter of effort whether it's successful. If the main character is jostled and becomes forced to confront stage one. Okay, now that I've talked quite a bit about what Melanie calls narrative structure, I'm going to talk about narrative dynamics. And this should be pretty straightforward. Imagine a quad. You have one of the quads in the periodic table, and just for simplicity's sake, let's go to the type level underneath classes. Let's go to something that's very easy. It's one of the external units in the top quad. We'll go to physics in the upper right of the whole quad here. And we're dealing with physics, and if you look at it, in the upper left, to make it easy, perhaps if you have a pen and paper, maybe you can write this down. In the upper left would be universe. The upper right, I'm sorry, I got to go one level down. Okay, we're dealing within physics. The upper left is understanding. Upper right is, upper left is understanding. Lower right is learning, because it takes a lot of learning of different things, in learning of facts, in order to equal a bit of understanding. Understanding in the upper left, learning in the lower right. The upper right is doing, and the lower left is obtaining. Now, this follows suit through all of the conceptual model. This is a matter of how the conceptual model twists and turns. You may notice that if you look at the order, if you're watching a movie and you can tell which one of the through lines applies to physics, because all four through lines would be in motion during the course of the story, one of them must be in physics, just like the other three must occur in the story. It may not be the same through line. It may be that physics applies to the main character through line in one movie and apply to the objective story in another through line. But you will see at large, the large periods of time in the movie, that through line, whatever it is, main character, impact character, subjective story, or objective story, is broken up into quarters. So it progresses through 4 phases or stages over the course of the movie. And those 4 stages will be in some particular order, depending on the movie: doing, obtaining, learning, and understanding. Now, it's the question of how, what determines that order, and that's the narrative dynamics. Now, at rest, before I get into that, I'll simply say that, remember those dynamic questions in the story engine? There's a story engine that shows the narrative structure part of it, where you go into the software and you identify where the problem lies for each through line, and there are different levels of the period. There's the periodic table. There are different levels, and so for each through line, you're identifying where the problem occurs, and that is located. That helps identify the theme and the plot, and concern, issue, and so forth. I shouldn't say theme. I should say domain, issue, problem, symptom, and so forth for that through line. And of course, there are 4 through lines. That's the narrative structure part of the story engine, where you're determining, you're plugging this stuff in, and you're telling the software to calculate 70-something different attributes of the story. That's the structural part. And then remember, I mentioned there are 2 sets of binary questions. One set is the objective story dynamics, and the other set is the main character set of dynamics. And I said that each set, the main character and the objective story, they each have 4 binary questions. That's when I was talking about limit and approach. For the main character, for the objective story, there's limit, and there's judgment and outcome and driver. And then the main character has 4 binary questions. It's approach and so forth, whatever the other ones are, resolve, and so forth. That's where I was talking about whether it's steadfast or changed, and action or decision, and so forth, earlier in this video. Well, this is where the dynamics come in. There's the narrative structure, and here are the narrative dynamics. Now, at rest, each quad cycles through. In other words, it's if it wasn't twisting around, you would see it in this. You would witness each quad being dealt with in this order of units within the quad. Let me see. At rest, right? It would go upper left, then lower right, then upper right, then lower left. However, people, or the story mind, the way the story is figured out, has all these blind spots, and it prefers to do them in a different order than it would be at rest, because it's warped and been twisted based on that structure part that you identified earlier. So from what I remember and how I understand it, there are 8 different ways in which these quads can be, and the 4 units within each quad can be rotated and flipped and so forth. I know that they can be, the quad itself can be rotated, and that determines the order, that helps to change the order from that at-rest order that I just talked about before. You can also diagonally flip or flip this way the specific elements themselves. Like, for example, if you have logic in in the upper left unit and logic doesn't seem to be working very well, you can flip with its diagonal partner being emotion, and you can deal with these different problems, deal with these different units emotionally rather than logically. And there's another question that deals with the order of operations, whether if you flip or rotate, if you apply some operation to the quad, whether the children are affected. In other words, will it affect the quad below it or not? And let me see. You can rotate it in certain directions. You can flip elements. You can flip units within a quad in certain directions. There's a question about whether it will affect the child quad underneath it, because remember, there are 4 units in one quad up here, and then you go down, and each unit in the quad up here has 4 units below that, and then each unit in that 4 has 4 units. So you build up a whole bunch of quads underneath. It's kind of like a pyramid. In some sense, it is a pyramid. So you can have a quad be flipped or rotated or whatever, and you can have the question whether you can have the possibility that the quad beneath it becomes affected by that flipping or rotating or whatever, or it may not. So this gets to one of my fun, one part that I find really fun when I'm watching these analysis sessions that Chris does every month with these group of volunteers, enthusiasts of the Dramatica Theory. They get together, they watch a movie, and they try and figure out the story form. I hope you remember what the story form is. It's like the story mind. It's the aspect of the theory that says that a story really has a story mind of its own, because it has all this thought, and it's a reflection of the author's mind figuring out a dilemma. And so the theory says that the story itself has a mind. So there's a story form, which is a diagram of that mind working out a dilemma. And that's probably the best way I can figure out of expressing this. So one of the fun things about it is that is when they identify the order of the units, and usually they go to the type level, where you see under physics, you see doing, learning, understanding, and obtaining, and in other types, under the other classes, you would see being, becoming, and developing a plan, or conceptualization, and conceiving, so forth, or past, present, future, progress. And memory, was it memory, preconscious, conscious, and subconscious? Well, it's fun to see the order of them, the linear order that's experienced in a movie. And the theory, the software using the theory, actually predicts the order in which these would be covered. Now I mentioned, speaking of covering, I mentioned this earlier when I talked about what the modification that Jim Hall did with the software. Remember, I was talking about the difference between linear and holistic minds, the holistic or linear main character. Now, when they were developing the software for the theory, they were limited. So, as I said earlier, they had to simply assume that these are all linear thinkers, even though you could change, you could indicate in the rest of the story engine whether the main character is a linear or holistic thinker. It basically assumes that when you put them in a sequential order. Let me rephrase that. When you're doing the calculations, you put in the stuff, and then the software does the calculations and spits out an order in which you would see for all four through lines an order of those types that you would be seeing in the movie. It had to, because of the limitation and the size of data and computing power, it had to assume that they're all linear thinkers. So now we have more sophisticated technology, we have more capability in terms of computing power. So Jim Hall on his website, subtext, subtxt.io, which you need to subscribe to, he modified it so that it could determine, going by the premise that it's either a linear thinker or a holistic thinker. And then, for example, in The Matrix, he found that the order matched even better for The Matrix. That story form that was generated matched even closer to The Matrix because it's because it's not a linear thinker story mind that generated The Matrix. It was a holistic story mind. And it's interesting that the writers of The Matrix went through gender reassignment surgery, I believe, or I'm pretty sure. I know that they now identify as women rather than men. So perhaps in the process of writing The Matrix, perhaps, it's just conjecture on my part, they were applying a holistic mindset when they were writing it, and so therefore it flipped, and it the story itself displays a mindset of a holistic thinker rather than a linear thinker. So if I'm unclear, let me rephrase what I've just said. A linear thinker, the normal software that you could buy, not using Jim Hall's modification of it, the software you would buy would present all the four through lines and the order, obtaining memory, past, present, whatever. It would present them in a certain order, assuming it's a linear thinker that's telling the story. However, for the ones that are developed with a holistic thinking mindset, the final two are flipped. And I'm a little unsure about why it does that. I described it earlier in this video. It's because you have a quad and you have that dramatic circuit, and you have potential resistance, current, and power, and a linear thinker cycles through in one sense of order, and a holistic thinker flips power with current. So current comes at the end in terms of it's a linear projection of a holistic thinking process. So that's why those become flipped. I guess I understand that pretty well. There's probably some aspects about it I could understand even more, but seems like a pretty good understanding. Okay, so anyway, this is the fun part. I'm going to get back to the fun part I was talking about. So when you're looking at the periodic table at rest, you would see, for example, in physics, understanding in the upper left and then learning in the lower right, and doing in the upper right and obtaining in the lower left. Well, Melanie and Chris found weird things found this thing I'm going to talk about really weird, and Melanie just figured it out when she was with her child, and they were looking, I think it was a science fair, it was an amusement park kind of thing, it was a state fair or something. There was a thing with magnets. I'll mention that in a moment, but all right. So they noticed, okay, in this movie, it might go from to obtaining to doing to learning to understanding, and they nicknamed that the the hairpin pattern. And sometimes it could go, doesn't have to go in this direction pointing that way. It could go in this direction pointing downward. It could be um, obtaining to doing to understanding to learning. It's still that same hairpin pattern. They also noticed another pattern, which was a Z or an N, depending on which way the N is oriented. Uh, the N, it could go, it's like this, it's like that. And that's very, I'll get to the way it would feel when you're watching it in a moment. So they had, and again, when I mentioned these three patterns, remember that they could be oriented in different directions, but it's the same pattern. They could have they noticed a hairpin pattern, they noticed a Z or N pattern, and they noticed a U pattern. Remember, it could also be like a C or an upside down U. It's just a matter of orientation. So you got four quads, and so mathematically you should only be able to have three types of patterns. And so, should I mention the big revelation that Melanie had as to why this was occurring, or should I mention that other thing I was talking about? I can't remember what the other thing I was talking about. Okay, well, anyway. All right, so the thing that Melanie discovered was that it wasn't that it transitions this way. Oh, now I remember what I was going to say. Okay, hold on this thought about what Melanie discovered was really going on. Let me talk about how it would feel to the audience. Okay, so I mentioned the quad, and there are four parts: as upper left, upper right, lower, da, 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 da. Well, and I also mentioned component and companion relationship and dependent relationship, so forth. That simply means when you're going from one unit to another, is it a horizontal transition, or is it a horizontal transition? Is it a vertical transition, or is it a diagonal transition? And then I mentioned there's a fourth kind of relationship, which would be the all four units regarded independently, like all as a composite. And these have trigonometric terms that are associated with them, the sine, cosine, tangent. And I'll have to look that up to see which one is which. And that's why you have negative or positive versions of, or interpretations of, diagonal this way, or just all four at once. I'll get to that at some point. Okay, so if you're transitioning diagonally from one unit to another, in other words, if you're transitioning from a unit in one spot and then to a unit diagonally next to it, like diagonally, like this or like this, you wouldn't really notice it very well because, well, for example, if you're looking at the quad under physics, the quad of four under physics, you have understanding and learning diagonally related to each other. The human mind can't really determine very well or as clearly the transition or the distinction between learning some new facts and gaining a greater understanding of what's going on. The same way that doing and obtaining are both processes. I think this relates to the fact that one diagonal involves two units that are states, and the other diagonal involves two units that are processes. Maybe that's just at the top level. Anyway, you can't, okay, when it's diagonal, the way the units are set up, you can't tell very clearly that there's a distinction between one and the other. It at least takes some time for you to figure out, whoops, I guess they've already transitioned to something else, as opposed to a direct transition horizontally or vertically. That's like saying, for example, you are watching them obtaining or being focused on obtaining things, and then you witness them understanding something. That's more of a clear break. Understanding is very different from obtaining, the same way as doing is very different from gathering information, although you may be doing activities that are related to gathering information. But anyway, so a Z pattern will feel like a three-act structure. You start off at one unit, and then you're going horizontally to another unit, and then from that unit you're going diagonally, and you would probably not notice the distinction between where you are to where you're going to, the two units here. You would notice as distinctly. You wouldn't notice the separation as distinctly, and then it goes again horizontally to the fourth unit, which is very different. So it seems like Act 1, Act 2, and then Act 3. The same way with a hairpin pattern, you would start off here, and you would transfer a unit here, and then you would transition to a unit here, and this is a diagonal between these two units. You wouldn't really notice. So it would feel like this is just one act. And then, if I have it right, then this, you're going horizontally, and this is very clearly a distinction, more noticeable, a distinction between these two units as opposed to these two units or these two units. So that would feel like you're following the story, and then all of a sudden there's a switch in what they're doing. It would be like you're gathering information, you're learning, and then you're understanding the whole picture, and that's all involved in gathering information and understanding. And then all of a sudden you start doing activities, and you start trying to achieve something. Well, that's more physical. So it seemed like you're involved in gathering information, and then you're doing all these physical activities. It would seem like it's a two-act structure. No, it's all four units are being covered. It's just that switch is more noticeable. And then there should be one where it's all four are distinctly noticeable. It's when you have understanding to doing to learning. Yeah, that's that U pattern. It'll be it would feel like because for example, you're going horizontally, which would mean that you're abruptly shifting how you're going about something. You're abruptly shifting between two very different things. It's like between a state and a process. So, like for example, you could be going from trying to understand something to trying to do something to trying to learn something to trying to obtain something, and they'll seem like very distinct quarters. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I suppose that's it. Now I want to talk about how Melanie, if I'm looking off to the side, I'm sorry, it's because I can't help but look at myself in the camera preview. But anyway, all right. So Melanie and Chris were confronted with this weird phenomenon. Why do we have U patterns when you're looking at the periodic table, the quad itself, and you're just following, trying to follow the order of these units showing up in a certain linear order in a movie, how come it seems to follow this pattern, which would be hairpin or a U pattern or a Z pattern? Well, Melanie took her child to an amusement park or someplace where they had magnets, and it's like a reversal. It was a sudden revelation. Oh, it's not that this is moving this way. The whole table is maneuvering around. It's simply going through its four stages, but the thing like the place, the environment in which it's transitioning is moving around. It's like a total reverse. So I hope that's clear. It's not that it's going this way. It would be going down or going down. Well, actually, what was that? The order of operations. It would be cycling through a quad as it normally does, but it's that the quad is flipping and rotating and so forth. So that's how you get the Z pattern or the hairpin pattern or the U pattern. Okay, on to the next thing. Okay, now that's a good setup for the trigonometry of the quad. Melanie actually says, she suggests that there's something, a further level beyond trigonometry that we may discover called quaternometry. But remember I said before, there's a companion relationship. There are four different relationships really between different units. Well, yeah, between two units. You can have verticals and horizontals, and then you can have diagonals and like what I would call composite, like all four independently. There are trigonometric terms for these. Let me go through here. This is her article. I don't know if you can see it, but it's on Melanie Ann Phillips' website, Dramaticapedia, and it's the article called Trigonometry and Dramatica, and she conveniently lays these out. Okay, dynamic. Remember, we're talking about a quad. Upper left, upper right, lower left, and lower right. 4 units within a quad. We're talking about the connections between 2 units within the quad. Now, if you're talking about 2 units that are diagonal to each other, that's dynamic, termed a dynamic relationship in Dramatica, and that indicates direct conflict. I might as well say now, that is why when you're assigning, all the way at the top, when you're assigning the 4 through lines, objective story, subjective story, impact character, and main character, the main character and impact character must be in a dynamic relationship because they are put in direct conflict. The same way that objective story and subjective story through lines must be assigned at this top level in a dynamic relationship, diagonal direct relationship, meaning that at the top you have universe, physics, psychology, and mind. If you, for example, put main character in mind, well, that automatically assigns the main character, automatically assigns the impact character diagonally above it in universe. And if you have the objective story in physics, automatically you determine that the subjective story is in psychology. Okay, and then that's an easy way of determining where the through lines are assigned, which level at the top, which unit at the top level gets assigned to which through line. And there are other things I might as well point out now. Remember I said before in those dynamic questions for the main character, one of the questions is start or stop, whether the character is a start character or a stop character. And I said that this represents a stop relationship and this represents a start relationship. That's the relationship between objective story and main character. And if they're in a vertical relationship, could be this way or this way, on that top quad. In other words, you're looking at universe, physics, mind, or psychology. If you're looking at it face down, like universe, physics, psychology, and mind. If you have the objective story and the main character in a vertical relationship either way, that's a start. It's as if one is rising to the challenge, rising up to meet with the other. And if you have them next to each other horizontally, that's a stop. It means, as I kind of interpreted it, it's as if one has to stop so that they can come together. All right, so it's a comparison between objective story and main character. All right, so going back to helping to determine, these different quick rules to determine how to assign them to how to assign which through line to which unit in the top level. So we have start or stop. So that means that in those binary questions, if you've identified the main character as start, then that would automatically tell the software to put the objective story horizontally adjacent to the main character through line. And if you say start, then that tells the application to automatically put it, in this kind of a relationship. So there's start and stop. And also if the main character is a doer or a beer, if the main character's approach is doer, then that tells the application that the main character through line must be assigned to either universe as a doer, one of the two external top units, either physics or universe, because his or her approach as main character is to deal with his conflict externally. If you have a beer main character, then that main character prefers to deal with his personal problem internally. And so that tells the software to assign it to either psychology and mind. And then, of course, I mentioned the term algorithms. There are various algorithms. There are various different algorithms that help pin down where these things should be assigned. And the nice thing about the software is that once you pin in certain aspects about your story, once you lock down certain aspects of the story that you want to tell, it can calculate, and through, is it Boolean logic that they say? Well, anyway, through logic, it locks down other things that just must be so according to the theory. Those algorithms just tell the software other things which must be beyond what you've put in yourself, just like I said before. If you tell the computer software the main character is a beer, well then it locks it down. It says the main character through line cannot be in universe nor physics. It locks it to only mind or psychology. And then you tell the computer, my main character is a start character. Well, then that automatically determines further things about the whole arrangement of the story. Hope that's pretty clear. All right, now going back to this. So we've got this dynamic relationship between the objective story and the, just in general, dynamic relationship like this, diagonal between two units. Now, a negative version of that is where both parties beat each other into the ground till nothing is left and all potential is lost. I'm reading directly from her article here. And a positive version of this is where both parties conflict, but as a result, there's a new idea that's sparked, a synthesis in which a solution or improvement is created that could not have occurred by the actions of either party separately, only through direct conflict. So diagonal relates to direct conflict. And the trigonometric term for this is sine or cosine, positive or negative sine or cosine. Now we get to companion pair, and that would be the horizontal relationship between two units. Those are directly adjacent to each other. It's an indirect impact of one party on the other. In other words, without directly conflicting, the normal actions of one party can have a beneficial fallout on the other party, or a negative one. All right. It's like one party unintentionally bumping into the other party just as a result of doing what it does naturally, and that bump sends the other party either into a better or worse trajectory. And so the trigonometric equivalent of companion, in other words, it represents itself in terms of trigonometry, and it relates to tangent and cotangent. Again, positive or negative, tangent or cotangent. And dependent, that would be the vertical relationship, is about dependencies. She writes that you can see this in human behavior with a positive dependency being, I'm okay, you're okay, together we're terrific. That's a positive one. They're better than the sum of their parts, in which each acts as a catalyst to the other. A negative version of this, this dependent relationship, is I'm nothing without my other half, in which neither party can function at all without the other. And the trigonometric correspondence, the trigonometric perspective on this is secant and cosecant. Again, positive or negative version of it. And then there's the fourth kind, which is where you have independent units. You can have them either as independent separate units or united together into something wholly new. And I tend to think of this as, an example of this as being Voltron, which originated in a Japanese anime called Go Lion, Beast King Go Lion. And what happened was that there was this cartoon in Japan called Beast King Go Lion, and an American company imported it and had the basic storyline, however, changed. They had American actors inserting new dialogue, and on many times from what I've heard and seen, they took liberties with replacing dialogue and actual translations. In other words, it's not a direct translation. There's the impression they were concerned about American audiences. The Japanese show was more graphic, it was more bloody, so it was toned down quite a bit. Okay, so anyway, you can read more about the history of Voltron and so forth, but my point is that it's a Japanese show that was imported in. Now, you may remember me talking earlier in this video about blind sides. There are certain cultural blind sides, and there are certain cultural, in the Dramatica Theory, it recognizes that there are certain cultural blind sides and certain cultural nice sweet spots. Just like in the theory, difference basically, on average between men and women, There's the linear way of thinking and the holistic way of thinking. Men will tend to think linearly, and women will tend to think holistically in terms of relationships, and or men linearly in terms of point to point to point to point and cause and effect. And if this, therefore, that is the effect of what caused it. So I can't remember which culture relates to what blind side and sweet spot. There's one video where Chris was mediating or moderating, conducting an analysis session of one of the movies, and they had some time. He felt they had enough time that he could take a detour and explain some interesting cultural differences. What's nice is the theory applies across all these different cultures, and yet each culture has its own focus on its own sweet spot, which setup it tends to enjoy in terms of setting up its stories. So as I was talking about before, Western audiences tend to enjoy in physics. Well, first of all, Western audiences tend to enjoy objective story through lines being in physics because it's more visual. And of course, the whole point of film is that it's very visual. So physics, the physics unit of that whole quad at the very top, that top level, tends to appear more often. Conflicts involving physical activity, in the objective story involving everybody. And within that, the sweet spots in Western audiences seem to be obtaining, or in other words, achieving, either acquiring something or achieving something, or it involves doing, focus on doing as the ultimate goal. And so in Japan, it's interesting that in Western audiences, it's hard to find an example of a movie where you see four separate things uniting together to make a whole new thing. Whereas in Japan, you have Voltron, which would be 5 lions. That's the whole point of the show. You have 5 distinct characters that bicker with each other, and yet when they pilot these lions and the lions combine together into a large robot, the robot is moving and acting, and the pilots within the lions are all working as a team and as this large robot. So I think of that as a good example of where you have these 4 components that act together as a whole. There was an example that was mentioned, I think, in that video analysis session that Chris was doing, and I can't remember which movie they were analyzing, but I'm pretty sure that Melanie Ann Phillips has mentioned this example. It may have been, in other words, Chris may have mentioned this as an example too, but I'm sure I remember reading in one of Melanie's articles this example. We have a blind spot. We have a difficult thing defining whether we are several states or whether we are as a whole one country, the United States. We have a terrible problem as to how we have a terrible problem deciding which one we are. Are we several independent states collectively, or are we one country, the United States? And so for other cultures, as I was saying, I guess Japan, for example, there's no problem, or there's not as much of a problem trying to figure out whether they're independent or whether they're united. Just like in Voltron, that's like a sweet spot where it feels okay to watch them unite together as one robot. Okay, so, and actually I don't know. Okay, so explained what that is, in the fourth kind of relationship. The four separate units either are together as one or there are four independent units. Now, what does she say is the trigonometric equivalent of that? Here, hold on, let me cut and look it up. Okay, yeah, this is just as I figured. I was looking through the entire article, and this is where she talks about the need for quaternometry to come into mathematics. There is no trigonometric parallel or version of this theory. So we've covered secant and cosecant, sine and cosine, and tangent and cotangent. But there needs to be a fourth in order to describe this fourth kind of relationship between the units in the quad. Okay, now I want to cover two major contributions by Jim Hull in his subtext website. Now, the term genre is simply a French term meaning category or type. And we've taken that in different ways in terms of film genre or TV genre. There's no distinct genre definition. I mean, let me rephrase that. There's no clear-cut distinction that will help us classify certain genres. People could call this genre screwball comedy. People could call that a Western genre. People could call that a science fiction genre. However, you can seem to have mixtures of genres. You can have a science fiction genre that's really a Western in disguise. I mean, it's very vague. So the direct Dramatica take on it, on genre, is what I talked about earlier, in which you have comedy, information, drama, and entertainment, and you can assign them. For example, you can assign a whole through line to only one of them, for example, comedy or drama, and then another through line to information. Or you could have the main character through line cycling through a stage of comedy to a stage of information to a drama to entertainment, in a certain particular order that Melanie describes in one of her YouTube channel videos. There's a certain order that feels better, it feels smoother. You transition, it's comedy, drama, information, entertainment. There's a certain sequential order when you transition between them that feels smoother. Oh, I can't remember what it is. Okay, that was the original Dramatica take on it. I like Jim Hull's take on genre. Now, genre is most expressed. It's clear. It's most clearly expressed at that top level. At that top level where you see the four different through lines, as I understand it. Then again, maybe it's at the. I remember reading something where it said it's at the element, might be the element level. Anyway, I'll have to check that. Anyway, all right. So, I went through his story forms that he had calculated for various movies, and he explains this further, but I like to unify it together in a simple diagram. I don't know how well you can read that, but over here, these are the, how many possible categories? There are 8 possible arrangements here. And for example, the top arrangement has objective story and main character, the top 2, and then below that it's impact character and relationship story. That's one setup. That's one possible arrangement of the 4 through lines. And then below that, this one has main character in the upper left, and then objective story, and then relationship story, and that in impact character. That's another arrangement of them. So here I have 8 possible arrangements. And so what he did was take, he sort of characterized all these different movies into things like sci-fi action, family adventure, action adventure, psychological thriller, coming of age satire. And so he divided them up. When you do a story form, you can easily see the arrangement, how they're assigned. Sorry about that. If I didn't gross anybody out. You can see the arrangement where the objective story is at that top level, which class unit each through line is assigned to. And so there are 8 different possible arrangements. And then here I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, detailing, helping to separate the different possible arrangements. And then beside each number, each different arrangement, I noted his genre types. And you can notice some similarities here, like category 1, which has the objective story in universe, main character in physics, and impact character in psychology, and relationship story in mind. That's one category arrangement, and that has typically action dramas, presumed guilty thrillers, sci-fi comedies, and sci-fi thrillers. And then category type 2 has main character in universe, objective story. Oh, this seems very Western, very typical, very familiar to me as a writer. Main character in universe, objective story, meaning all the characters are involved in an overall plot in physics, and therefore relationships between characters are in psychology, and the impact characters in mind. So you have somebody with a certain fixed attitude making an impression, an impact on the main character, who's dealing with his problem externally out in the universe. And there you have action adventure, fantasy adventure, Western action. You're already noticing how familiar this is. Action adventure, fantasy adventure, Western action, biographical drama, coming of age dramedy, family adventure, sci-fi action, sci-fi noir. Now notice there's a crossover, sci-fi, but category 1 had sci-fi comedy and sci-fi thriller, whereas this category 2 has sci-fi action and sci-fi noir. Superhero action, Western drama, and so forth. Category 3 has, just in case you're curious, you just skip over this if you're not. Category 3 has relationship story arc in universe, and main character in physics, and impact character in psychology, and objective story in mind, and that's biographical musical. Historical idealistic drama, and there's a certain term, he had a distinction what idealistic means as opposed to maybe realistic. I can't remember what the other term is, but idealistic, he identified as something. He had a certain definition of idealistic, Jim Hall, I mean. And the third one being societal drama. And then number 4 has main character in universe, relationship story in physics, objective story in psychology, and impact character in mind. And that's coming of age satire, fantasy romance, psychological thriller, sci-fi thriller, historical identity drama. I think some of these overlap. Like, yeah, sci-fi thriller could either be action drama or, sci-fi thriller you see in 2 of these categories, number 1 and number 4, depending on your arrangement of the through lines. but they would both come across as sci-fi thrillers. Historical identity drama, adventure fantasy, comedy thriller, coming of age comedy, family comedy, idealistic drama. See, there's that idealistic again. Sci-fi dystopia and teen comedy. And number 5, there's only one type of genre in here of Jim Hall's genre types. 5 has objective story in universe, impact character in physics, main character in psychology, and relationship story in mind. That's identity drama. That's 5. I will skip 6 in a moment. Now 7 has relationship story in universe, impact character in physics, main character in psychology, and objective story in mind. And he has only one. It's psychological drama. And then number 8, he also only has one. That's impact character in universe, relationship story in physics, objective story in psychology, and main character in mind, and that's dark comedy satire. Now there's some at the bottom here which have 2 possible types of these categories. For either category 3 or category 7, you could have a dramatic play or a courtroom drama. Category 1 or category 5, you could have a documentary or a war drama, identity drama, or presumed guilty drama. And then, oh boy, there's a long list for either number 2 or number 6, arrangement number 2 or arrangement number 6. You could have supernatural comedy, mystery thriller, espionage thriller, and I hope you're noticing some similarities here. Espionage thriller, crime comedy, competitive drama, coming of age adventure, comedy romance, action thriller, or crime thriller. You notice thriller and comedy popping up in here. For either category 2 or category 4, you have romantic comedy, coming of age drama, superhero comedy, or supernatural thriller. Categories 6 or 8, psychological horror and comedy buddy. And then finally, category 4 or category 8, you could have comedy drama, dark comedy noir, or family noir. Okay, so that's one of the contributions that Jim Hall added to Dramatica, in addition to this adjustment that I said before, where he was correcting for the limitations of software, where he had a more accurate order, and not only more accurate order, but if you use subtext.io, it not only gives the linear order of the types that you see at the type level, the units for each through line, but it gives the variations with underneath each type, and then within, underneath each variation, it gives the elements, all 4 elements in order under each variation, and all 4 variations in order underneath each of the 4 types. Wow. And then not only that, but it identifies which part of the dramatic circuit that I talked about earlier, each of the 4 within those 4, each element, each part has, whether in the dramatic circuit, whether it's potential or resistance or current or power. And there was another thing. Oh, it identifies whether it's the knowledge element in the quad, whether it's the thought element in the quad, or the ability element, or the desire element within each quad. It's very elaborate, and I wish the original Dramatica program could be able to do this, but we do have Jim Hall's website. And I want to talk about the other thing that the other modification that Jim Hall did with this in a moment. Okay, So this is another contribution. This is something I'm particularly interested in because of this holistic translation. This is the linear translation. Now, if you're working with Dramatica, let me back up just a bit. What Jim Hall was doing was taking the Dramatica story form, the story engine, and trying to translate it into something more comfortable and applicable for screenwriters and storytellers. Because as I said before earlier in this video, you can use Dramatica and the Dramatica Theory to consume movies and understand them better, or you can use it to write your own stories. And so it requires a lot of understanding and a lot of understanding about how the 70-something various parts of this story form should be interpreted and coalesce into a story. Because in Dramatica, the Dramatica software anyway, as it's presented, you just have all these different things in the story form. And so what Jim Hall was trying to do, and he's in the industry as a storyteller and so forth, he was trying to make it easier for somebody to simply tell the story. So he wanted to develop this formula for developing a premise. Like, if you say you want to, your premise, your argument in your story is, if you get rid of your inhibitions, you can achieve great things. That's a very vague premise or argument, but you get the idea. What is the author's message in this movie? If you abandon this inhibition, you can win the girl of your dreams, or something like that. Well, what he did here, these are the notes that I made, and notice the first part is reason. In Dramatica, that's the equivalent of linear thinker or male mindset. And so on the other side, well, I'll get to the other side. I'll get over the other side soon. See you on the other side. Now, there are three components to these categories. We've already identified the first one is reason. That means that it's a linear male mindset. So all these are linear for a linear thinker. All these are categories of premises for the linear thinker. These are formulas. The second part is where it begins to divide. There's one that he calls maintain, which is the, he took terminology from Dramatica and he made it more user-friendly towards a storyteller. Dramatica calls it steadfast, and he calls it maintain. What Dramatica calls changed, he calls abandon. So, so that breaks it up into, see, this one is reason, abandon, triumph, and it has these possible formulae for premises. And the next one down, reason, maintain, virtuous, has this formula, and then down here it's reason, maintain, bleak, and it has this formula for a premise. And please don't be put off by the fact that I say formula. It's a plug and play, but it really helps you identify. It's a matter of categorization. It really helps you to identify your own premise that you want to tell, using Dramatica, the elements in Dramatica really well and really quickly. So those are the reason, maintain categories, and then he has reason, abandon categories, which are also reason, abandon, virtuous, reason, abandon, triumph, and reason, abandon, bleak. So maintain has its list or categories of triumph, virtuous, and bleak, and abandon has its own triumph, virtuous, and bleak, and all these are under the linear mindset. Um, so unfortunately, um, I did not include which elements of the Dramatica story form that you would plug into these parentheses here. But I know I guess because the male mindset, at least many of them I'm more familiar with, and I know that it's a certain element like the problem, main character problem, or the impact character problem, or the objective story problem, and then the second premise, the second parentheses set is the goal of the story, the objective story concern. In other words, let me first explain. Triumph is the equivalent to the Dramatica story form, where you have a success for the overall story. The objective story ends in a success, and the main character is content, and it's a good judgment. Main character judgment. So it's a success good. That's what Jim Hall calls triumphant. And virtuous. Now this is, bleak. Let me go to bleak. If I remember correctly, that's a failure bad. That's where the objective story doesn't end in success. It ends in failure, and the main character has not resolved his or her personal problem. So it's bleak. It's a failure. It's a tragedy. It's a failure bad, if I remember correctly. So then in between, virtuous would be where one ends on a positive note, the other is on a downer note simultaneously. Like it's a failure good, or success bad. If I have that right, let me. You can notice that, I guess, by reading through these premise formulas. So under the one for steadfast, or what he calls maintain for triumph, keep focusing on blank and you can blank. And as I recall, that would be keep focusing on, offhand I can't remember what goes in that first element. I think that's solution, the objective story solution. And you can, and then this set of parentheses, it's the objective story concern. You can achieve, you can accomplish this. Next one, keep blank when dealing with the world around you and you can blank. Next one, keep resisting the outside world by blank and you can blank. Keep adapting to the world by blank and you can blank. And then for the maintain, otherwise known as steadfast, virtuous, the formula is virtuous are those who blank even if it means blank. The one for, okay, then I'll skip down to the third maintain or otherwise steadfast, bleak formula is while severe, you can blank by blanking. Now I'll cover the ones where it's changed, where the main character changes the way he's dealing with his personal problem by the end of the story. There should be 3 of those. Let me see. The triumph one, there are 2 of them. There are 2 triumph ones. You can blank when you go out of your own way and abandon blank. Second one, abandon blank and you can blank. You get the idea. I can't remember exactly which story form parts I put in these blanks. I'll have to look that up. That's the triumph one. And then the virtuous one, there are 2 of those. Virtuous are those who blank by getting out of their own way and blanking. And second one, virtue lies in blank even if it means blank. Then the bleak one is, I don't even have anything written there. See, as I was going through the premises that he had listed for these movies, I was noting that formula, and it's simply the software that he has set up, plugging in those story form elements. Let me tell you how he came upon the difference between the linear and the holistic. So he had this set up, and he was applying it, for example, to the movie Juno, which has a female holistic mindset. And he came up with, he was applying one of these linear mindset formula premises to it, and it came up with something like, I can't remember exactly what it was, like if you abandon something or other, good things will happen to you. Anybody who's seen Juno, as he pointed out, anybody who's seen Juno doesn't walk away with that message as an audience member. There's a whole different feeling. So he shifted and came up with these formulae. Again, for plugging in the story form elements into the blanks. And then what also modifies it is the other thing, whether it's changed or steadfast, or and what the problem is, what the precise problem is, and what the theme is, and what the objective story concern is, and so forth. But these are for a holistic thinker, and so he had that, and that seemed to fit the feel, the like the message that it feels like Juno is giving its audience. So that worked better. And so here I have relationship, and he had the same, there's changed or steadfast as you see in Dramatica, but in a whole, again, I'm a male thinker, so I'm going by what he's describing, and I'm going by, it makes sense, but I'm not 100% expert on the female mind, so I'm speaking as a linear thinker. But Dramatica simply has changed or steadfast, and it tells the computer to do certain calculations and certain algorithms. However, the female mind, it has a whole different context in terms of dealing with a problem, as opposed to a male linear mind. So it's not necessarily about, the way the Dramatica theory goes, it's not necessarily about cause and effect and this to this to this to this and achieving an end result goal. It's more like relationships and harmony and how connected you are with being in the present and how disconnected you are and so forth, which seems alien to a male mind. So he changed the terminology. He's still using the same Dramatica binary algorithms, but he's translating it and using different vocabulary depending on whether it's a linear mindset that the context is in or female mindset. So it's the same thing, it's just the surface changes terminology. So all of these, so again, like the linear thinker list of premises, the female listing of premises is different. All these start with relationship, and then I wrote it hierarchically. What then divides it is whether it's grow, adjust. Looks like only grow or adjust. And what further divides grow and adjust is transcendent. This is what would be the equivalent in the male list as triumphant or bleak or virtuous, whether you achieve the goal or not. You can see some difference in the two mindsets. Here it's transcend, present, stagnant, disconnect, composure, and those are the different categories. So, and then also here, something I wrote here because I was focusing. I was trying to understand the female. I was trying to understand the holistic mindset type of character to better write that kind of character in my stories. So I didn't necessarily put it in here, but in here I wrote start, stop, start, stop. So you see here there are two possible formulae under each of these categories. And one of them relates to a start main character, one relates to a stop main character. So they're all relationships, so that satisfies that first column. And then you go over here, it further breaks it down to these four grow possibilities. I guess that's roughly equivalent to, I guess that would be the equivalent, I'm guessing it's awkward to equate them, but that would be where you'd have changed or steadfast in the Dramatica terminology. Yeah, that's here. In the linear, you have maintain or abandon. Whether you maintain, you're steadfast, or you abandon what you've been doing. In other words, you changed the way you deal with your personal problem. Here, it's the terminology is different. It's the same. It's drawing from the same Dramatica algorithms, but here Jim Hall changed the terms to grow and adjust. I guess grow seems more of a. I was about to say, I guess that grow is the equivalent of changed and adjust is the equivalent of steadfast. I think that's accurate. And then beyond that, the third column has transcend, present, stagnant, disconnect, composure. And that will be drawing from the same Dramatica elements as what you get in the male mind. That's whether it's a success good story, success bad story, or failure good story or failure bad story. Okay, so and then, all right, and then as I said before, those are further broken down into one of the formulae being start, another one being stop. So for the relationship, they're all relationship. I won't bother saying that. For the grow, transcend, the start main character one has being in harmony with blank allows your issues with blank to help you heal and transcend. The stop version is blank distorts your issues with blank while helping you heal and transcend. See, this gives you a totally different feel than what you have with the linear mindset. And then the grow present category has its stop. As its stop, it has blank distorts your issues with blank while keeping you present. And then the start one, I couldn't find an example amongst the movies he analyzed and applied this towards. And for the grow stagnant, for the stop version, he has blank keeps you present while building resistance through blank. And start has blank keeps you from growing, allowing blank to challenge relationships. So it's relationship oriented. And then for grow disconnect, it has, for stop version of that grow disconnect, it has allowing the uncertainty of, and here I actually wrote in some, I have in parentheses, in sequence? Oh, consequence. Okay, so what Dramatica calls the consequence, it would be allowing the uncertainty of, and then you plug in whatever the story form gave or calculated as the story form consequence. Disconnecting you from the outside world, clouding your main character problem, I think that's problem, I just wrote MC, with shades of impact character problem, I think it is, as I just wrote impact character in parentheses. And then the adjust composure, for start, I have allowing your blank to balance out your blank addresses blank. And then the stop version of that same thing is address blank by balancing your blank with your blank. And then adjust present, for the start version of adjust present, it's opening yourself up to, and I put main character. I'm guessing that's main character problem or solution, not sure. Manages, I put objective story issue. Again, whatever the Dramatica story form has calculated to be your story's objective story issue, while sending you down the path of becoming more present. And then the stop version is being in harmony with blank allows your issues with blank to keep you present. And then I couldn't find any examples that he calculated for stories for relationship, for adjust stagnant. And then there's adjust disconnect. The stop version of that is victimizing yourself with the uncertainty of, and then whatever the objective story consequence has been calculated for your story form, disconnects you from the outside world, clouding your, I put element here, with shade, that would be in parentheses, I'm not sure which element it's referring to, with shades of, and then parentheses, element. The start version of it, finally, is allowing the uncertainty of blank disconnects you from the outside world, clouding your blank with shades of blank. So those are the different ones. I have some other notes. Let me look through these in a moment. I'll come back. See, I wrote on the very next page, I wrote what these equal. Transcend / composure, I put is equivalent to success good story. And then after that I put balanced, I guess is a characterization of what it feels like. Balanced, universe gives answers, mind syncs with objective story issue. And then present is the equivalent of, in the the Dramatica version, it's called failure good. That means the story ends in a failure. The objective story goal is not achieved, but the main character feels good. He's resolved his or her personal issue. It equals on way towards alignment, objective story issue and character element, a new sense of presence, but balance isn't achieved. The present is a source of power generating the eventual flow of the future, and that's a difference. The male mind would think in terms of cause and effect and whether the goal has been achieved, and the female holistic mind would think in terms of the flow, whether it's flowing towards something good. It's the focus is on the flow. So remember what I was saying before, the linear and holistic thinkers flip so that the final thing in the dramatic circuit in the holistic mindset is current, and in the male mindset it's not current. Current is the next to final one. The final one is power or outcome. Remember the potential, resistance, current, and outcome. The order of the male mindset is, if I understand this correctly, potential, resistance, current, and outcome. And the female mind, it's potential, resistance, outcome, or power, and current. Although the sense that these are all in a certain, always in this linear order, I'm not so sure if I want to be careful about that. But that's related to why the final two flip between linear and holistic. Okay, so then stagnant, what Jim Hull calls stagnant, is equivalent to the Dramatica version success bad. That's where the objective story ends in a success, but the main character's personal problem is not resolved, and he's in a bad place. Not vibing with the outside world, doldrums, feeling stuck and unfulfilled, train going by, hope you can't hear that, objective story issue and character element. And then there's disconnect. That's equivalent to the Dramatica failure bad. It means it's a tragedy. The objective story goal hasn't been achieved, and the main character isn't feeling good, hasn't resolved the personal issue, the personal problem. Depression and hopelessness. Mind is in low state of vibration. See, there's a low state of vibration. That would be more of a holistic thinking concept. Mind is in low state of vibration, causing inability to make necessary connections, falls into greater despair. Mind goes to sync with story consequence. So that's basically it. Now, for whatever reason, I have in here vibration, the word vibration, and then it splits off into distorting from the entire picture. Parentheses, I wrote main character stop. It's a stop type of main character. And then the other split off is harmony, main character start. I don't know why I wrote that. But anyway, that ends that part. Okay, we're getting down to finishing up Dramatica, and I want to mention some other things related to simply storytelling in general. Let me see. Now, Melanie Ann Phillips had mentioned that. Notice that four quads and this idea of four. She explained that that makes sense. That four of anything is the limit that the mind seems to be able to keep track of simultaneously, all without having to redouble back or all right. At any one time, there's a maximum capacity, the way she put it, of four of something. And then there are four steps in creating a story. There's story forming, story illustrating, story weaving, and story appreciation. Story forming is simply using the Dramatica software to calculate the story form that has nothing to do with I was about to say it has nothing to do with the telling of the story. It does, but not in the way people think of it. It's simply the calculations and the determinations of what's the story consequence, what's the main character problem, what's the impact character problem, what's the main character's approach, or the main character start or stop, steadfast, or whatever. It's just identifying those attributes. That's story forming. And then story illustrating is when you take those attributes and you use your creative imagination to illustrate how the main character exhibits his doing preference or his being preference, or you illustrate examples of the main character's personal problem in the story. And then story weaving is simply how you weave one or more story forms together, and you're generating you're generating a story in more of a linear fashion, where you're weaving together, okay, now we've got a sense of acts and scenes within acts, and then events within scenes and sequences and so forth. A sequence is merely a linkage of whatever it is. A whole movie would be a sequence of acts, and a scene sequence would be a sequence of scenes, and then within that you'd have, I guess, sequences of dialogue within a scene. That will get into my definitions, the end part of this video where I explain simple aspects of telling a story. So let me see. Multi-appreciation moments. Okay, I'm down to two more things to mention. The multi-appreciation moments, that was coined by somebody Hispanic who I can't remember his name offhand. I wish I did. He was very very much a fan of Dramatica, and he participated in the analysis sessions. And you can look through on the Dramatica.com website or in YouTube under the Jim Hall channel. You can see those analysis sessions, and he was a big fan, and he gave at least one lecture on how to apply, before Jim Hall's subtext website came along. He wrote a book on how you can apply the principles of Dramatica directly into telling a story. The multi-appreciation moment is simply a moment in a movie or in a story of some kind that illustrates more than one story point. In that story forming. The story forming stage simply identifies the values of the story points, and you then must illustrate them in one of the later stages, in the story illustrating stage. Well, the multi-appreciation moment is simply a moment that illustrates more than one story form point value at a time. And then the thing about superclasses being a level above classes. All right, so as I said somewhere near the beginning of this video, the full expression of this theory, this whole Dramatica theory, should have 4 parts, and there's the structure of the structure, there's the structure of the dynamics, there's the dynamics of the structure, and the dynamics of the dynamics. And we figured out the structure of the structure clearly, and we're working on, I believe it's the dynamics of the structure. Now the structure simply being what are the values of these different 70-something points, and the dynamics would be how the amplitude, I hope I'm using the term amplitude correctly, it's like how much of a certain value is being expressed. So it would shift over time, or I shouldn't say shift, it would adjust and become greater, or it would heighten and diminish through the course of the story. For example, the main character's personal problem would heighten at times in the story and then diminish at times in the story, at least the expression of it in the story. And so that still has to be worked out, and the idea so far is it probably has terminology corresponding to waves and frequencies, or perhaps colors and intensities that has to be figured out. But anyway, so we have potentially in this total theory, there should be 4 parts, 2 related to dynamics and 2 related to structure. As I said before, structure of structure and structure of dynamics, and dynamics of structure and dynamics of dynamics for full total theory. And we only have 1 quarter, and we're working on the 2nd quarter. Well, those would be the superclasses, and we just have one of the superclasses figured out. So let me cut, and I'll come. You won't really know. I'll be back in a split second. Okay, so whereas this incredible theory that I've been explaining to you, and I hope I didn't leave out anything, explains quite a bit of how stories are structured and put together. There are a couple of things that I wanted to point out. There's the element of red herrings, that particularly if you're talking about a mystery or if you're trying to develop suspense, you want to you want to include different details. You want to reveal or mention some way some details that the audience could take in one way because they're interpreting its meaning in an incorrect context, and then later on, for a surprise, you follow up with that detail, you elaborate on that bit of information you've given the audience but throw them a curve. In other words, uh, reveal that has a totally different correct context from the incorrect context that was inferred to the audience. That's a way of giving surprise, and Hitchcock fans should be familiar with that. There's the concept of Chekhov's gun, which I think comes from actual stage plays. I think it's a stage play term, not a movie term. But it's simply the idea that if you, for example, have somebody slide open a drawer, and there's a gun shown, that somewhere along in the story, you ought to have that gun play some factor, some plot point factor in the story. Otherwise, why even bother showing the gun? It's really an obvious statement. If you're going to introduce something that's eye-catching to the audience, you ought to have it, in some sense, play some part in the story later on. That deals with red herrings and image system. This is one of my favorite parts. You see this in music videos, for example. Why I bring it up in music videos is I had seen a YouTube video in which somebody talked about the image systems that Madonna had used in her videos. She makes allusions to previous films, primarily films, in the same sense that George Lucas, for example, set up certain scenes in Star Wars and his other films. This is a common technique that directors do, and storytellers. If you're a story writer, I suppose you can set it up too, but directors have, I guess, the ultimate say-so in what appears on the screen, how it appears on the screen. So the focus is on the director. Or if you're like George Lucas, you could be a producer, and if you have enough say-so in how things work, you could have enough control over the director. Anyway, the auteur, and what I mean by auteur is there's the auteur theory, and even in auteur theory, some people define it, many people commonly define it as the theory that says, I'm pretty sure I'm certain it's a French term, auteur theory, that the director has final say. More so than that, it's that films embody a certain feeling or technique. They give off a certain presence of certain directors. Like, if you look at Hitchcock's films, Hitchcock being the director, they can have a common feeling, common tropes or traits that would categorize them as Hitchcock-like. And people have identified certain tropes that Spielberg uses in his films, that they come across with his personal touch. They look like a film that he's made. I sort of disagree with that. Auteur, of course, I personally take to mean author. And that doesn't necessarily mean that the director was the author. I think it's more likely that if there's a certain person that's heavily involved in the overall look and the manufacture of the film, well, let's call them films, not just stories, but films, whether it's the director, whether it's the producer, the screenwriter, or whatever, that is a very strong authorial voice. So I guess rather than an auteur theory, I would create a new concept called the authorial voice theory, in which many films have combinations of authorial voices that you see. You could have a Hitchcock film that has Hitchcock tropes that he puts in all of his films, but they could also have tropes that a very prominent, focused screenwriter puts in all his scripts that he writes. So you probably get my point that you could have more than one voice, more than one characteristic voice in a film, in my opinion. it's weird just to say that the director has total say, and you can just categorize these films by the voice of just the director alone, because making a film is a huge collaborative effort. Okay, so going on to what I would call image systems, going back to George Lucas and Steven Spielberg and so forth. If you watch Star Wars, you'd notice that if you have some familiarity with visuals in other films, George Lucas sets up many of his shots in his films to resemble either visually or sound-wise some characteristic or some visual setup, some arrangement from earlier films. And so it's intentional to make you compare, at the very least, remind you of the similar setup, arrangement, or some similar visual or sound in an earlier film, and so that you would contrast the context or either let that context of that earlier film influence your interpretation of what's going on in, for example, Star Wars, or perhaps contrast the two contexts. Maybe this one is in a different context from that one. Maybe this one is set against the context of the way this similar look appeared in an earlier film. One good example of that, one noticeable example of that, is Metropolis. And you may be able to even see in Metropolis an earlier, that may have been, that image may have been taken from an even earlier film, although that's hard because Metropolis is way, 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 way back there in terms of film production, the history of film. But I'm talking about that distinct scene or shot of Maria, the android Maria, being unveiled. And that crops up again in the movie Frankenstein, where Frankenstein's creature is presented in a similar visual setup as you saw Maria being created, or being revealed as an android in Metropolis. And then George Lucas took that, and I'm sure there were other people who took the visual from Frankenstein and applied that same visual in their movies. George Lucas, at the end of Revenge of the Sith, has Darth Vader unveiled in the very last moments of Revenge of the Sith, Star Wars Episode 3. In a similar way, he's leaning against a board, and the board is tilted up, so you can see him. And that's an excellent example of George Lucas encouraging the audience to notice this and notice its familiar resemblance to either Metropolis from way, way back, or more likely from Frankenstein, or one of the other movies that took the image motif from Frankenstein and put it in their movies. So you should get my point. There's another point. I think this is a reference to, may have been the reference to the Hidden Fortress. Certainly, yeah. I remember one reference. I'm informed by a long documentary on YouTube about George Lucas's image systems that were put into Star Wars, his Star Wars films. There's one from the movie The Hidden Fortress, which is a Japanese film, where there's smoke and so forth, soldiers, dead soldiers, and so forth. And then you see that at the beginning of Star Wars Episode 4, A New Hope, where there's been gunplay. The stormtroopers have stormed into the rebel ship, and there's smoke clearing and all these dead soldiers, and the stormtroopers are standing there, and Darth Vader walks in. I can't remember, now that's one, now I can't remember where this motif came from, which movie this came from, but it was pointed out in the documentary where, I think it was a Western, I think it was a John Wayne Western, can't remember which one, where in Star Wars, the Episode 4, A New Hope, Luke Skywalker has, okay, I'll describe this without doing a spoiler for you, but Luke Skywalker gets out of his vehicle, personal vehicle, and he's standing there with his back facing the audience, facing you, and you see smoke and a town, a residence that's up in smoke. There's been a calamity, a disaster, and he's just standing there watching it, and the calamity is in the distance. Well, actually, in the distance, his back is to you. And so that's a similar arrangement as you see in this earlier, I'm pretty sure it's a John Wayne film, and it'll be a Western. I can't remember the name. The Searchers, perhaps, is the film I'm trying to think of. But I believe this gives you an idea of what I mean by image system. You can take a certain image, you can borrow a certain image from an earlier film, or an image or a sound, or even a word uttered, or a phrase uttered that's in the popular mindset. Like Carl Jung had this concept of a collective mind, a collective collection of memories. And it's relying on the audience to recognize that, and then to remember where it came from, and then infuse upon this story the context or the feeling or whatever from where they had seen it before, they're familiar with before. So with that being said, I think I'm finished with this whole Dramatica video, and if you enjoy this, I've certainly put quite a bit of work into it. If you enjoy videos like this, please consider liking it, subscribing to my channel, and also consider liking this video, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Oh, and I forgot two other things. One is you should raise the stakes. What's at stake if you're, you know this, you raise the tensions if your characters may not be able to make it, may not be able to survive, or may not survive, or if it's smaller, could suffer a real heartbreak or something or other. You have to raise the tension, the tension level during the course of the story, depending on what kind of danger there is. And this is where the type of conflict comes in. You have to raise the emotional stakes or the physical stakes. It could be that, and this is done through plot points, the drivers that I was talking about earlier. They could be perhaps something goes wrong suddenly, unexpectedly, or there's a plot twist or plot turn. You're probably familiar with this. I was watching the movie The Abyss, and I was reminded of this. The whole movie is chock full of thriller moments, in physicality, physical events that just keep raising the stakes and raising the stakes. Presenting the notion very strongly, practically hammering in the notion that this character may not survive, that the whole mission may not be a success, that they not only not be a success, but they would have something significant, something valuable to lose, like their lives, or money, or love, or reputation, whatever. You have to threaten it over the course of the story. That's one thing. The other thing I wanted to mention is you should evoke emotional responses in your audience. Over the course of the story, if you want to evoke happiness or sadness. Think of common experiences that you've experienced or that you know are familiar to the audience and put them into the story. The more successful movies and stories vary the emotional evocations, the emotions that are evoked in the audience. It's probably a full wheel, if you look at it, of happiness and sadness and danger and suspense, although that's not really an emotion. There is an emotional wheel that I've seen in psychology offices and mental health offices. Um, Again, you evoke feelings of sadness. What do you know would be familiar to audiences that they've experienced where they felt sad or happy or relief or grief or confusion, things like that. So, all right, so I believe that's all I have to say. And again, I'll see you next time.